off.
The following program is intended for mature audiences.
People of Earth, attention. People of Earth, attention. This is a voice speaking to you from thousands of miles beyond your planet. And you're listening to the Martian Revelation. Strap inside.
Look, I love Gary. He's fantastic.
Good job you're doing. Boy, what a good reputation. Thank you very much, Gary.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
And as I say, in the words of the world's greatest detective, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us.
Which nobody has ever seen before. When China looks at woke and they see the biggest problem we have is Dr. Seuss, in the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways. They laugh at us. They think we're so... Frankly, they think our country is stupid.
SARS-CoV-1 clearly originated in China, and we were fortunate to escape a major pandemic. So we really had to learn a lot more about the viruses that were there, about whether or not people were getting infected with bad viruses. So in a very minor collaboration, as part of a subcontract of a grant, we had a collaboration with some Chinese scientists. We had a collaboration with some Chinese Frankly,
they think our country is stupid. In the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways.
And what he conflated that is that therefore we were involved in creating the virus, which is the most ridiculous, majestic leap I've ever heard of.
Do not risk incurring the anger of the Chinese government because they are ruthless.
There was nothing disruptive about that. It was only about saying China is one of the freest societies in the world.
Joe Biden.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
You got the vaccination?
Yeah.
Are you okay? I mean, you seem it works. Or or the mom and dad, or the neighbor, or when you go to church, or when you're. I really mean it. There are trusted interlocutors. Think of the people. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon or whatever, something, or, whether those aliens are here or not.
Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Come on, man.
He's shaking hands with the air. He's walking around somewhat bewildered. I'd say it's no good. And taking orders from the Easter Bunny. You saw that one? No. Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats have turned calm into chaos, competence into incompetence, and stability into anarchy, prosperity into poverty, and security into a catastrophe. You look at...
Wow. This is a classic example of white privilege, and you both have it.
What's that?
Anyone want to fill them in?
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay. So white privilege is when white people, particularly men, automatically assume they can take whatever they want. And they never have to worry about getting stopped by the police. And they have the inside track for any job
I've got this one, Aisha. They have the inside track for any job they want.
Exactly, Gage. Thank you for that. That's white privilege.
Whoa. And we have that?
You sure do.
I see.
Whoa. I never realized this stuff.
Yeah. You've really opened up my eyes.
Well, I'm glad we've been able to enlighten you. The real question is, do you think you'll be acting differently from now on?
I guarantee it.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
Step aside, please. We have white privilege.
Yeah, check it out. Don't worry, it's okay. We automatically assume we can take what we want, and we don't have to worry about the police. It's okay, you didn't know. We didn't either. Good stuff now.
This is what we were taught, sir.
We're subverting existing paradigms.
This rules. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad we went to college.
Yeah, it's like, now I have the skills for today's workplace.
Well, let's see. What should we take next? Let's take that car.
But that's a police car.
Beavis, you dumbass. Didn't you hear? We don't have to worry about getting stopped by the police.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Beavis, let's tear ass. That was cool.
Don't move!
Sir, maybe you didn't know, but we have white privilege.
Get your hands where I can see them!
I think the problem is you're just uneducated.
Yeah, we're gonna get jobs on Wall Street.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
I want to do what's right, and they are destroying our country.
Those motherfuckers!
There's no escaping the American attraction. A bait and switch that's gonna thrill you with distraction. It sounds so good you can't resist the satisfaction. When it's all over, you'll be crying, I'll be laughing. I got that truck, I got everything you want. Got that bomb, got that bomb, I got everything you know. It's the American attraction. It's the American attraction. The clock tick, 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 ticking down to a disaster. Your insecurity is all they're gunning after. This propaganda's so impossible to resist. Where ideology replaces being honest. I got that truck, I got everything you want. Got that bomb, got that bomb, I got everything you know. It's the American attraction. It's the American attraction. You think it's just a business, you think it's a strategy. American beauty twisted into a tragedy. Having a blaze of glory. You got your gun, got your drug. You got your bomb, got the blood. And now we've had enough. I got that truck, I got everything you want. Got that bomb, got that blood. I got everything you know. It's the American attraction. It's the American attraction. It's the American attraction. It's the American attraction.
American attraction, that's right. Us exceptional Americans. Welcome, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Gary Legier, the Mad Martian, also known as the Mars Revealer. Flip that the other way. But today's date is July 30th of 2023. And of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. So, it's been quite some time since we did a Martian Revelation show, fucking 5 months, you know, but a lot of things have been going on. You know, we have all the commie problems that really tore into my ass and tearing down all my stuff at CommieTube. Fuck you, Susan Wojcicki. But other than that, it's really the feds that are behind it. And that's what we're going to be getting into tonight. It's about the feds, what's been known, what's federally known, what's being kept from we the people. It's not just all this commie crap they're pushing on us now. What about all this stuff that they kept from us for decades? Let's say 50 years, longer, since the 40s, 47 at least, Roswell, and supposedly even before then. But anyway, I digress. I just want to say welcome, and hopefully you're all going to enjoy this show. It's a big, major topic we're talking about. It's definitely an American attraction. And the show, well, I got my new computer system, so that much is a go. We're doing this first test run as a special show, detailing and getting into and covering the UFO hearings from the 26th, I believe that was. 2 hours and 16 minutes of it we're going to go over. And after that, while it's all fresh in everyone's minds, then we're going to bring on Stephen Bassett. So you all are not going to want to miss that. Please, everyone, go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com. And there you can see the information for the guest, Stephen Bassett. Click on those links, and then you'll be good to go. There's plenty on that page to do during and including after the show. Yes, my page is old looking. It's going to be getting a new design from what I heard. So we're going to see how that goes. But the show needs to come back. I got the computer systems. I got a learning curve, mostly learning curve on one of them, on one of the systems. And the other one, we've got to get set up too. So the show is going to, the Martian Revelation cometh again. Let's just say that. It's not dead, and nor was I. So I just, sorry to disappoint some of you assholes out there. But then on the other hand, I'm so happy that you're all here. And if people are questioning, why red? The blood of the patriots are upon all our heads. And also, because I'm the Mad Martian, I'm the Mars Revealer, I'm the son of Mars. There you go. So either way symbolizes, and both are fitting together and both are connected, and especially regardless to tonight's subject, what's going on here on Earth behind the scenes is just as important of what's going on out there, because it's connected. All right. First, we have to take back our country. Then we got to do what needs to be done in this country, secure space, and then usher in the Martian Revelation. And that's why I am here. Not of my own footsteps, as it was. Okay, I'm looking for fulfillment also. There have already been fulfillments, but there's a part to play. And what I need to do, and what this show needs to do, and what the Martian Revelation ultimately is going to entail upon all your lives. So that's the reality. So again, it's great to be back in the seat again, and thanks to my co-producer out there, Mean Green, my good buddy Angel Lispino out there in Public Streaming Network. Hopefully he's doing what he's doing to push this. So things are going to be coming back together, and still trying to add more quality for this radio with pictures, as it was. No offense, Hoagland, but it's true. Video is the way to go. So, and to do the things to which that could be done to be a more entertaining and a more learning environment for you for this informally science educational show. Hey, maybe I should try and shoot for a grant for, if there's any even left these days, but, why not for informal science education, which this is. We discuss things here of which they would not teach you in college. And I've had quite an education, and I'm still having one. But you don't have to be no big PhD astronomer, fucking philosopher, or anything else in dealing with what the truth is of what's out there. Okay, because the truth of what's out there is hitting home here now about the truth of what's going on here, and has been going on here, and has been being covered up for decades. And that's why the beauty of what I want us to get into, to focus on the UFO hearing from last week, well, this previous week, a few days ago. And our guest, Stephen Bassett, Paradigm Research Group. Again, go to www.thefacesofmars.com. Scroll on down the page if you're not watching this on the page itself. And wherever you're hearing at, go to the page, see the information for today's guest, and click on his links and whatnot. And I'm sure a lot of things are going to be fresh in his mind as we watch this, okay? Because it's important. For one thing, you need to learn what the hell's going on in your government. Now, remember, most of the Congress, in my opinion, and others, a lot of them are traitors. But we do have a handful of good ones, and, you know, the swamp's going to be drained. But the issue is finally being brought forth, and the importance of today's guest that we're going to have on later, Stephen Bassett, it's very important, and the work of what he has been pushing and doing for all these years politically to try to bring this disclosure process to the forefront and out as a bridge between the public and the political aspects. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'm sure I'm not selling him up good enough, but he's a good friend of the show, and very valuable player in the time that he has done for we the people, and we should all commend him for his efforts, especially now. So I can't wait to have him on later. But the show is going to be continuing on. When? Is it going to be next week? I don't know. It might be in a couple of weeks. It might be a month. We're getting geared up and getting in our groove and emotion again. And of course, I'm going to be back on. Now I got my systems right and what I need to do. I'm going to get back on, you know, getting the book done. The Faces of Mars, Beyond Mere Tricks of Light and Shadow. Oh, indeed. And that's going to be a twist. You're going to need to pack up and smoke it for that, just like you do for this show. All right, which those of you who are familiar with the show and listen to the show when it was on and when it comes and goes, you must pack them and smoke them, because that lifts the hand of brainwashing off your head, off your mind. You can think for yourself, and let you have a good time. So get some popcorn. There's plenty of things to do. So that being said, I don't know what else should I get into. I don't know an exact date of show return yet, but this is just to tickle your whistles, and this is just very important, because many people had no idea that this happened, even though there are many that does. And the reason why it did happen is to act as distractions while everything else is going on, the cover up, to try to cover away from that prick Hunter Biden and you know, the traitors that overthrew our country, and then trying to distract from that with Trump, throw him out in front of the front and frame him for everything of the crimes that they've done and are still doing. I mean, it's all bullshit. But the thing that's really important, in my opinion, is the historical record of that this hearing happened. Okay? Because it opens the door. Now, some people may say, well, it's nothing really of new information, but it all depends. Behind the scenes, we got people talking there, especially Grush, who we're going to watch and listen to, of the things that he has to say and cannot say in an open forum, but willing to go in a more classified setting. So in order to talk about some of these things, about alien bodies, you know, otherworldly issues, and most famous things people would want to focus on, though they start off right off the bat pretty much saying, look, everyone's going to be disappointed, and this ain't about little green men and whatnot. But yet, that's fine, but yet that gets implicated, and through the testimonies of Grush and the others, that's you get the gist of what this connects to and what the reality is that's been kept from you for all this time. We're at a war, and don't forget that war is not just by a communo-Nazi, homo, kid fucker, commie chink, New World Orderers, satanic New World Orderers, but there's a higher intelligence, an off-world intelligence involved. How much is that involved with these nuts or not is yet to be seen. But I wouldn't put it too far-fetched. We have an otherworldly intelligence here among us, and we are at war. And if anything really is kept secret and kept away from, it's not just the national security. It's because they're infiltrated. You understand? And we've already been overthrown. Do you understand? They're here. They're showing up more. Why is it? Based on Brookings. Brookings was a think tank from the 50s of how the people would be decimated information, right, to the public about what they would find in space, particularly on the moon, Mars, and Venus was named 3. So They are basically recommending total suppression, but slowly acclimating. But there's a time and a point in time where we must be told the giggle factor's over. Now is time of what this thing represents is that physical marker now with this congressional hearing that sets the flag for the forward march of what we must do now of bringing in this disclosure. Disclosure is already happening by the acknowledgement of this hearing. But did it go where it should go? Where will it go? Where can it go? Where should it go? These are all the things that Mr. Stephen Bassett, I'm sure, can address. And it'll be more than apt and able. So we got him for an hour and a half to get into all this of what he would like to talk about, what we're going to see in here. Maybe, we'll have some questions over it. But again, he's been doing this for many years. So I'm sure he knows the ins and outs of what is really going on, despite politically and on the surface what it has been being used for. Because in my opinion, as important as it was, that whole room should have been filled. It should have been filled, period. Okay, but no. But you got a couple of the libtards there, that Raskin, the little snake, the rat thing, and you got occasional Cortex in there. And, of course, reading from papers that someone, this bitch is so dumb, but yet it was so nice. But then when she finally opened her beak, at least she didn't keep it open for too long squawking. Her and her big juicy booty, right? Alex Stein, 99, a pimp, on the blimp. So, that being said, let's pack one and smoke one, which I'm about to do. And let's get into this video. And then we're going to watch, it's 2 hours, 16 minutes long. So we're going to watch 1 hour of it, go to break, come back, and then watch the final hour and 16 minutes of it. Then when that's done, we'll go to a break, and then we'll come back, and we'll bring on our guest, Stephen Bassett. So get ready, everybody, while this is fresh in your minds, because this is reality. But yet, read between the lines in this reality that's being fed to the public, okay? So that being said, let's rock. Mean Green, whenever you're ready, brother.
Participating in today's hearing. Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Bassett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions, my buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence Reference Documents, Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Space-Time Metric Engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. And Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these 3 brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way, and the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into roadblocks from members, from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Bassett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a SCIF prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means, not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Bassett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Bassett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9th, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated that they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which is sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account, though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development. Satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I will yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I am a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grush.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 till Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Kean, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not, from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged wave programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Call on myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay. What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so that operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the, I think, concerns from members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal firsthand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that is harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting? on the
We're doing it
civilian?
right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grush, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Fravor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance, absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone, so there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object, though, that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were, in another instance, we're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay. I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the Ultimate Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on. out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena, or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the collapse of the UFO cover-up. A fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves. And then, how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in the real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, in a climax of violence and desperation, to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
The skyline is bleeding black and red.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you, so it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you would be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the basic, not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, oh, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, so I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or waive-bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean
self-fund.
Does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time. back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to AARO thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to AARO that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight
U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential, and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah,
Pilot?
I mean, and so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up. But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the SCIF if we were allowed to get in a SCIF with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitive.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates, and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I can go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I was told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way,
If you
right?
sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay now, you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena, and if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What
have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview, and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically.
Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities?
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors, not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review process, if it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in a closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and go on down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two. Being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the director.
You got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived down the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that they're has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework at least to work off to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash. N number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Bassett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor, and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace, not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb, again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say, I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we could just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs?
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file, never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, now we have Mr. Langworthy. Is he here? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So.
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day, light winds, no white caps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying Tic Tac shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20-plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that it's not a joke.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, you know, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor.
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, you know, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is, based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Bassett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, you know, PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
It's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
You know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So, Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
A lot of things we need to be told.
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be, yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual a public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able. to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context?
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially, on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of the uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Honest.
Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school, him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu, so thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go
You
ahead.
seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just wanted to say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress, and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for answering some questions multiple times, I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and in making sure that you follow science as we try to get as much information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but if without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public.
I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school.
It is very quiet and humble. What the fuck?
Thank everybody who was here sticking.
That one guy's falling asleep.
Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business,
All right, I'm guessing now's the time to talk. Man, all quiet and humble. We like to thank everybody. You know, you know, we have to find a way to make more of this public. You know, it's such an opportunity. I was interested since a kid. Motherfucker, put some pep into it. What is it? Is it just me? I mean, many things are important about this, don't get me wrong. But there's so many things wrong with this, in my opinion. First off, it's not a full room. It's not very... grab your balls. Right? Interesting information about a guy that knows a lot, but he's not showing nothing, but he loves to talk behind scenes. And is it me, when Matt Gaetz talked, because this guy, Grush, classified settings, fine. In the room, talk classified. With people who have access. Now remember, these people are Congress. And he was like hinting that if he's there, all right, you're allowed to say this, you're gonna steer this. This Grush knows a lot of shit. And he's got a good personal attitude in the public. You know, he's obviously he knows what he's saying, what he's doing, but he's also very clear. Everything that I'm saying, you know, in public here and or obviously what in the skits is what he's allowed and being encouraged and led to say. He's the middleman. He's the monkey in the middle. Just like I am in so many ways. Always a fucking monkey. Shut up, animal, they said to me. Let's put it this way, we're not alone. And I don't need no earrings to tell me or convince me. I've seen plenty and I've experienced enough. There's no way we can defend ourselves against these. No way. None. But the importance of it is very public. This guy Grothman, oh my God, he's like, oh, step away from me, oh, fuck. You know, why don't we have someone, again, like Jim Jordan? He's got that pep, you know, it's fun to watch. We got occasional Cortex over there next to Ratfang Ratkin. Thank God, I was like, man, are we gonna have to hear her open her beak? You know, thank God, no. But here's a problem I wanted to bring up. Then we're gonna go to a break. Then we're gonna bring on our guest, Mr. Stephen Bassett. Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. Check out his bio there and click on those links. But anyway, I did not see in this video. I downloaded this video from a different source and I watched it the other day. Now remember, classified settings. Matt Gaetz at one point, which I did not see in this unless I missed it or because I'm fucking high, but I didn't see it. Matt Gaetz said, no, we can see it. He caught on to that. And then when he talked again, he reaffirmed that fact. And that's why he told about his experience. And I didn't hear all about that experience during Gaetz. So this might have been edited some. I wonder why. Occasional quartets. Oh, do you have the name of this company? We'll make sure they got some fucking Antifa trans testicles. Come on over in the middle of the night. You stupid commie cunt. Bipartisan. We're infiltrated and you're already at war. But politically, publicly, this is time. We are at a time now where we must be told. We're going to take this nation back. We're going to secure space, and we're going to usher in the Martian revelation. And I am your alkalite. It seems. Mars Revealer is not titled to me by man, but those through my experiences. We'll see what happens. I got a guest, a great guest I want to get on a future show that has to deal with these issues, and it deals with time. Very interesting segues and avenues we're going to be traveling. But I don't know, man. I mean, again, do you people agree? Did you feel like, holy shit, this was something else? Well, grab the popcorn. It's important. Some of the things we already knew, people say, but look, a cube inside a clear sphere. I was thinking, where's the tetrahedron? 19.5. I want to see that one. Anything's possible. And yet I'm crazy for the shit that you see on the side of me and above me. And they're not even the same fucking things. Did anyone notice that? Not sees. And yet you want the answers of what they're hiding from you. Are we alone or not? You're already infiltrated. You're already in a war. The blood of the patriots are on all our heads. And I'm the son of Mars. So don't give me shit about my hair. It's not a transsexual thing. I'm totally against that. Well, that's a different show. But anyway, I think it's a good time to take a break. Because I know Mr. Bassett, I want to hear, he's got a lot of work and a lot of years into making this type of thing happen. First thing I'm going to fucking ask him, were you in the audience and why not? I'm sure he would have been if he could have been. Maybe he was. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I wanted to strike when the iron's hot. So I gave him a call. Why not? We're doing this test run here, so everyone pack up and smoke. You're still definitely going to need them when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Legier, the Martian villain known also as the Mad Martian. And you're listening to the Martian Revelation that's upon you all again now. So, what an amazing, an event. Again, so many things I want to get into and to say. I did a Mad World Rants the other night, though. But Comic Book saw it in their favor, that I should not be allowed to speak. So, Mark Zuckerberg, eat balls, okay? Susan Wojcicki, you commie bitch, eat balls. Because we're coming back. And there's more formats anywhere and anywhere. Don't piss me off. Because that's what you done did. And this is so important that with these subjects, I don't know. I'm going to introduce Steve, but I got to calm down a minute because there's ways I could go about it. But Steve sees the inner workings. He knows the politics. He knows the people, whether deep state or just the powers that make things be and control money. These things have been compartmentalized for decades, so he can briefly get into that if he wants. Wherever he wants to go, let you know the seriousness of what this hearing was. Never mind all the distractions, all the other political bullshit going on to overcome this one. Everyone had their crimes. Boom, this happened. And this is what we're focusing on. And this is something I think, Steve's got a fire lit up under his ass again about this. I'm just being honest. I told him that when I talked to him the first couple shows back. What happened? He explained what happened, and now where we're at now, let alone the other little disclosures we've got. But I think this is a major event. Maybe I'm making more hype than it is. I mean, as is cons, I could go on. But I don't want to do that again. Again, that was Mad World Rants, and I was ranting my ass off. But this is Steven's hour and a half coming now, because there's a lot of meat in this. And the reality is, even though they started with the us that they don't want to talk about little green men and flying saucers, well, what did it implicate and put it in our minds anyway? It's like, come on, the stigma. They're the ones that created the stigma. They had to change the name because now they have to have a different position. And, but is this a control position of what they want to let out based on Brookings? We're at a time that we must be told, or is it the plans of an already infiltrated, overthrown government of we the people to where that's what, this is gonna, they're going to make themselves known. Am I making myself clear? Because you're already at war, and what I've experienced, there is no way we could defend against them. But I may have found one, but I'll keep that under my head. Because that goes into a certain other guest I want to have on, which you people, the Bible Thumper side of me. Wake up. So let me introduce the guest, the man who probably sees the plan, and maybe he's going to help see this. Remember, they're saying, oh, well, you know any scientists you could bring in with us? Holy shit. Are you kidding me? Why wasn't that room filled? Mr. Bassett, were you in that room or not? But let me and why. But Stephen Bassett is a political activist, disclosure advocate, and the executive director of the Paradigm Research Group, or PRG, founded in 1996. Then the government imposed embargo on the truth behind extraterrestrial-related phenomena. And by this hearing alone, what he's just said right there, vindication. This isn't looking for the fucking Loch Ness or Bigfoot or fairies and unicorns. This is a reality. And now the stigma. Oh, and all the stigma. Notice how they kept talking about the stigma and politeness and bullshit. The stigma is what they're created upon us. Now they want to brainwash us into what they are, but who's really doing the talking? You've been overthrown. He has spoken to audiences around the world, and he has, about the implications of disclosure. Remember, how many times was this mentioned throughout the hearing today? A few times. I didn't mark everyone down, but a few times. The formal confirmation by heads of state of an extraterrestrial presence engaging, infiltrated the human race. He has lectured around the world on the political implications of UAPs, UFOs, remember the same shit, people, different dummy. ET phenomenon, given over 1,200 radio and television interviews. RPG's advocacy work has been extensively covered by national and international media, including being featured on Commie News Network. Sorry about that, but they should be. Fox News, Commie NBC, and Washington Post, Compost. I'm calling the New York Times. Again, that's political little puns. But this man has seen it all. He's written in this shit to bring it all to us. And that's why I really am. I don't need a crystal ball to know. When I see this, I said, yo, Mean Green, what's up? We got to get Mr. Bassett on. Indeed. And that happened. And we thank him very much. And in 2013, PRG organized and conducted a citizen hearing on disclosure at the National Press Club in Washington. I remember that. In November 2014, PRG launched a 2-year political initiative out of Washington, D.C. that injected the ET issue into the 2016 presidential campaign, which he has explained on this show and many other interviews and stuff. You can follow those links on the facesofmars.com to access them all. And Bassett has appeared in many documentary films as well, and his lectures and interviews are well represented on YouTube and really all over the place. But Steve will soon be part of a new project based out of LA, California. Maybe that should be the first question and the second. No, hell with that. Tell us that third. Mr. Bassett, how you doing, sir? Thank you very much for joining us. Number one, were you in that room? Number two, why not? And am I totally crazy? Am I just out in left field, or am I at least seeing at least some path that actually all this goes? And is it positive? I'm kind of feeling positive, even though I'm doing a lot of joking and playing. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. How you doing?
Fine, Gary. I most certainly was in the room, along with Daniel Sheehan, my attorney.
What did you say, sir?
And yes, put me on video. I should be on video. Am I not? Okay.
What did you say, sir? I didn't hear you just now. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is my mic not strong enough? Let me. Is the mic a little better now?
Yeah, the closer you bring it to your chin, the better.
Let me go with the clip here. No problem. Okay. Yeah, I was in the room. Yeah, along with my attorney, Danny Sheehan. And
Thank you for your time, man. Obviously, you're busy.
Hang on. Now I'm getting total feedback. One moment. Hang on. Me. Okay. Let's bring it down. Let's see if that's better. That seems to be better.
You sound good on my end, sir.
Okay. Yeah, my mic was too high. Now I'm not getting any feedback. Yeah, I was in the room with Danny Sheehan the entire time. And
you were there. Good.
Yeah, there were a couple hundred people, certainly in the hallways trying to get in. About half of them did not get in, and we're allowed to go upstairs and watch the hearing from a media room upstairs, which I think they do, which is good. The huge number of press, high energy, great excitement. This was the first hearing. Those other things we had were briefings of staff.
I'm being impatient and immature about the excitement of this then.
Yeah. This is the first hearing since 1968, 55 years. Right. For those that understand the issue and know the history, it was pregnant with all kinds of very significant things. Those that are new to the issue might have not really understood how significant some of the statements were, might have been underwhelmed a little bit. Some of them were expecting maybe them to show up with a couple of ETs to be interviewed, but no, I assure you, this was a significant event. It was the opening act to the main act, which will take place, I believe, in September before the Senate Intel Committee, where there will not be 3 witnesses, but over a period of days, there may be a dozen or 24 witnesses, and that will be the end of the truth embargo as we have known it since 1947.
But Mr. Bassett, here's the bigger problem and the question with that. That's great. When are they going to break out something? Here is the proof. Bam. Case closed.
The purpose of these hearings is not to prove the ET presence. The ET presence was proven.
A piece of what they see. To actually us in the know, we have to have at least a piece of whatever things cannot be really talked about, as the affirmation to the public perception overall, rather than being steered and led on the limitations, at least of what we've been used to. Does that make sense?
I understand your question. My answer is this. The purpose of these hearings is not to prove the ET presence. That was proven long ago. The United States government already knows about the ET presence and knows a great deal about it and has been studying it for decades with billions of dollars. The purpose of these hearings is to go through a process, a transparent process, in which the world watches or Congress do the job it's supposed to do, and the press can cover that, and the people can hear testimony relevant to this issue, substantial testimony, particularly as it relates to national security aspects of it. And after there's been enough of that testimony, then the President of the United States, which happens to be Joseph Biden at this particular time, will be able to step forward in the East Wing of the White House and confirm to us, based upon what they have, what he and his people have witnessed in terms of the hearing testimony, including. Now, Stephen, let me finish, Gary. Let me complete this thought. All right, please.
Yes.
Including a great deal of information provided to the president from the private sessions, right, the security-based sessions and SCIFs, and we'll be able to confirm, yes, there is an extraterrestrial presence. That is what this is about. Once that confirmation has taken place, I'm sure a lot of people around the world are going to say, okay, good. What can you show us, right? What evidence can you provide? And in this, what I call the post-disclosure era, the government will be very ready to and able to provide evidence that is completely and more tangible evidence that the public wants to see. That will be available post-disclosure.
Okay, post-disclosure. So that means things to come. How many? 1, 2, 3, 5 hearings, 10 hearings? But what I wanted to say.
No. There's going to be one more hearing.
If Biden is in the place, like you're saying, why didn't Trump then do this? Especially when he was willing to fund the NASA up the max to get to Mars, and being told about like when his son interviewed him, what does he know about Roswell, and that he knows some things. But why do you think he wouldn't have took that and leave that to Biden, or do you think it's going to go beyond his administration of Biden? Obviously.
The best answer I can give to that.
Hearings take.
The best answer I can give to that question is that the process is the complex process underway. The interview of witnesses, the legislation that was passed in 2020, 2021, 2022 was of such that it just did not unfold in a way that would have not come to culmination during his administration. In other words, the timing did not match, and it overflowed into the Biden administration. A lot of legislation has been passed since Trump left office. That legislation was important, and that was passed and signed in 2020, 2021, 2022, and now there's new legislation. So it just didn't match up with his administration. And so one way to look at it is this, that Biden was the last president sitting down when the music stopped.
Okay. All right. That's a mark on history. You can't take that away from him, no matter what you say about him, I guess. Now, you just mentioned more hearings, so this was important. So this was a benchmark in history, just as a launching board to what should be coming next. How soon, sir? And from what you're talking to everyone there, I mean, yeah, you could get in the deep as you want with this, lay out your model for what you think maybe where this is going. I'm sure that'll take you time. It's very important. You're in there, and you were in there, and excellent to know that. I wish the cameras would have moved around enough to show, your support, and your being there, representing we the people in a sense. You're a very valuable player in this. And I'm still convinced of that, but that's me. So, and many others, I'm sure. So what do you see? Where do you want to go with this? Because I don't know. I think there could have been other harder questions, or this is like a framework is basically what you're describing.
It's an excellent look. There were almost all of the key points relevant to the truth embargo and the unfolding process came up at one point or another. Most of the really great information that people would have liked to have heard was in fact appropriately responded to by, I can only give you that in private session. And the reason for that is, and this is something I've said many times on interviews, is that now that we're in the end game, and as we go forward with these hearings, and in hearings after the confirmation event takes place, there's only two answers that the people are going to accept. And I believe the government already, I believe the Congress knows this. I think that the players in power know this, and that is this. Either the person under oath tells the absolute truth publicly, right then and there, in answer to these questions, or the person indicates that they cannot speak publicly about it for any number of reasons, mostly involving sources and methods and classification statuses. They can discuss that privately in SCIF, and that's fine. And then the Congress, having received that information in that format, can then make a decision, and the president as well, as to what of that can be brought public. And so we're going to get the truth, or we're going to get a clear statement that I cannot respond to that. Now, having said that, okay, let's be clear. When a member of Congress asks Major Grush, are we being visited by non-human technology, or are there extraterrestrials involved here? And he says, I cannot respond to that in public session. That basically is yes to the answer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it flowed like that to where I was like, okay, it's entertaining. I'm seeing this. This is part of whoever's leading Grush and then two others and everyone else behind this to come to that fruition. And again, how many more hearings? How soon is the next hearings? Because this, if anything, they should just get more explosive and without the sleepy guy as the chairman. I'm sorry. You know.
To answer your question, I think the Senate Intel Committee is the key committee here. They are the committee. The hearings before that committee will be the ones that pretty much bring the truth embargo to its end. Now, it was clear that Mark Warner, the chairman of the Senate Intel Committee, the only one who can call a hearing before that committee, not the president, not the majority leader, but rather the chairman, did not have a plan to hold a hearing prior to the recess, and which will last all through the month of August and into early September, possibly because they wanted more time to give the media a chance to get ready, maybe interview some more witnesses, because there are still staff operating, of course. But the fact is that the House, which also considers itself an important legislative body, decided to go ahead and move on its own, which it had every right to do, and so it did. And it did get 3 fine witnesses, and it did get Grush. Now, Grush could have declined and rather waited for the Intel Committee to convene, but he is in a different position. Grush is the only witnesses that a witness that I'm aware of publicly that is a self-described whistleblower. And he is so, and he claims that the phenomena is being handled illegally, and he is being threatened. So that makes him a legitimate whistleblower. And so he had a motivation to testify as soon as possible. So he accepted, and he testified, and of course that made that hearing historically very important. Now, the pressure on Warner to now go ahead and hold a hearing is even greater than before. And so I anticipate, if I am the good senator, what I would do is I would announce, while the recess is underway, a specific date for the Senate Intel Committee hearings, which would be some date in September. The advantage of that would be that it gives the media ample time to prepare, also ample time to arrange foreign news feeds. In other words, If the world is going to watch these hearings live, other than obviously through internet access on the Senate website, which they will have, but if the networks and the cable news networks really want the world to watch this, they will go ahead and agree to feeds to the foreign media, which has the potential, if they are set up, to create an audience as big as 1 billion. The World Soccer Finals, World Cup soccer finals last year, had a live audience of 1.2 billion. That's how big it can get. So it gives them time to do that, and it gives the American people time to get ready, so that by announcing it during the recess, when those hearings begin in September, before the Intel Committee, they could have an audience in the hundreds of millions, and they will be the most important hearings in history, and they will have the power to do what they're intended to do, which is to end the truth embargo. That's what I would do. Now, he might wait until they come back into session, get some things out of the way, whatever, have some meetings, and then make an announcement. However, there is one very important point that Senator Warner, I'm sure, is keeping under consideration, and that is, it is in the absolute best interest of this country that these hearings be held in the Senate, and that those hearings lead to confirmation by the president before the next very expensive and potentially very hyper-partisan presidential election cycle really gets underway, and several thousand people start really running hard and raising money for their races for the House and Senate seats, as well as gubernatorial elections. That needs to be out of the way before then. Otherwise, it's going to be very chaotic. So I'm not trying to tell the good senator what to do, but if I were Senator Warner, I would move things forward so that this was done and out of the way. Yes.
Yeah, strike when the iron's hot and whatnot. So that makes sense. And now, but again, will it be the actual confirmation? How long will that take to come to the decisions? And when the knowledge of what those hearings going to be? I mean, as all this proof's going to, again, like you said, we need to be shown, let alone be them show themselves. Does that make sense? How long is it? I mean, will it be this year? All right, yes, you're not alone. It's a guarantee. Or is that like a longer process for other hearings to come out with that final analysis?
Here is how I project it. I'm pretty much aware of the kinds of witnesses that are going to testify before the Senate. And I can say with some confidence that if they start a hearing process with multiple witnesses that say lasts 2 weeks, right, which might be 4 days out of each week, all right, with 2 or 3 witnesses per day, that 8 days of that's it. The president will literally, whether he wants to or not, and I believe he does, the president will literally have to confirm the non-human presence that is being referred to. So, in other words, once those hearings start, you can literally start counting down the days until confirmation takes place. So, say the hearings start on September 10, you could have confirmation from the president by September 20. All right, now, once confirmation happens, and of course, by confirmation, I mean confirmation from the president, which will be followed by confirmation by heads of state around the world, one after another within days. They're not going to sit back and wait. They're going to go in front of their people, their citizens, and confirm, yes, we agree with the president's assessment. Yes, there is an extraterrestrial non-human presence. Once that is out of the way, it won't take long, then I assure you, multiple committees in our Congress and other committees within the governments of other nations, depending on how they're set up, whether that's the UK or Canada or France or Australia, or even, God bless it, Russia, will start being convened to start taking testimony from a range of people within government about all aspects of this. And it is in those post-disclosure hearings that probably some very tangible, obvious, clear evidence, hard evidence, as we like to say, will be presented to reconfirm what the heads of state have already acknowledged. And the only limit to how much of that comes forward to be to what degree it is classified and sensitive and of a national security origin. But they have plenty of evidence to keep us busy for the rest of this year, if not the rest of next year.
Yes, that makes sense. Now, it still seems like a plan, though. Think about this idea to where ultimately we're going to be introduced. There's going to be the contact will be a meeting. Hello, here we are. You guys already beyond that. I mean, could it possibly? I know that might be sci-fi-ish, but not really. Well, maybe not too distant future for them to actually introduce themselves to the media since they've been prepped through this process. Or am I thinking, too far out in the clouds here, literally or figuratively?
If you're talking about open contact,
right,
you're on the money. As we know, there's already contact going on between individual humans and ETs, and it's not. In very few cases well, I mean, but this way, the physical contact is not invited. There's CE5 activity going on all around the world in which people are going out to an area where they can, how would you say, meditate, communicate, use lasers to try to attract them in. This is actually happening, and it is happening. That is a form of contact, but in terms of physical contact, that's already going on. We know that. Open contact, as I define it, would be when extraterrestrials are communicating with our governments, authorities, or institutions in whatever way, whether it's email, Twitter, telepathic, I don't give a damn, but whether there's communication between them and there is actually discussion, dialogue going on, whether or not we see it, whether or not it's on camera, or whether it's simply happening, and we are then provided the transcripts of this information, open contact of that type, I believe, will follow disclosure in a certain amount of time. And my calculation of that time is based on one variable, one constant in that variable, and that is that how long would it take the world, given our global mass communication global system plus the internet and access to information, for the world at large to become, how would you say, educated and up to speed on the phenomena, its present reality, as well as the history of its reality in the modern era. Okay.
A plan to bring us up to speed.
Yeah, I'm taking a year. A year is enough. Any between 1 and 2 years is more than enough. The whole world is going to be up to speed, and therefore, open contact will be not upsetting. It will be almost anticlimactic, and we'll be quite ready to deal with it. So. If that is the agenda of the ETs, then open contact would occur between 1 and 2 years after disclosure, which would put it sometime in 2024, 2025.
2 interesting years, very much indeed. That is really interesting.
Yeah.
And that, again, many people could go all biblical. You know what? It is what it is. I have my faith and beliefs in scripture and all that too. But at the same time, I know that we're not the only creation in the whole cosmos. We're 30% sided with the enemy. Every star you see up there, 30% of that, supposedly. That's a good way of looking at it, which means we're not alone. Dr. Gil Levin, sir. Life is universal. You know what I mean? It comes to the basic forms. Life on Mars, images of things being seen on Mars and other places, as you well know. And dealing with this issue, like they tried to spin out every time. What are your thoughts on that, sir? Notice how they always bring up, like, to steer you out in left field. Okay, we want the truth, but we're going to steer you out. They come from billions of light years away. It's a good point, but bring it a lot closer from all the evidences that we have, and we have to start concluding ourselves. There's a connection. The UFO bone's connected to the Mars bone. Moon, Europa, whatever, probably every solar system, even the sun, maybe, depending on the type of scale they are Kardashevian, far above us. But what are your thoughts on that? And who it might be? I'm sure you get those questions from religious people a lot that are interested in these, respectively, right? I mean, these are all issues from all sides of life because it affects us all. Whatever it is, everybody, they're here.
Yeah, once the confirmation is out of the way worldwide, which again I'm saying could be very soon, everything is immediately on the table. Then the question is, what is going to be addressed first? And that's going to vary from country to country. In fact, you're going to have countries, to some degree, nations competing with each other to see who can get the juiciest stuff out first. But I would say this, and this is reference to your work and so forth. I think the issue of artifacts in our solar system, I'm pretty convinced they exist, and that is an easy one. And so I would expect that post-confirmation, post-disclosure, we would get confirmation of that. In other words, NASA would suddenly come up with some new photos that hadn't been airbrushed and said, well, look, we were looking through the files here, and look what we found. And here's, well, look at that. And
right
I
behind
think
me right now, everybody.
and so I think confirmation of ancient ET presence, whether it's solar system based, like as Mars, or whether it's visitors from the distant past creating any kind of structure, I think that could be confirmed early on because it's very safe, it's fun, and it will be. So I would expect that be one of many things that will come out pretty soon, and thus the work of a lot of my friends and colleagues will be vindicated, God knows, while they're still alive, and that would be a nice thing.
Yes, it would. And that, again, we're at a time now where we must be told, it's still, in my opinion, fits Brookings, but that's just the picture. What will then the world be, the reaction to this, especially at the time of meeting? The world better wake up.
Well, the world's going to be fine. The world's going to react to the disclosure fine, and open contact fine too. I assure you. Most of the hype about how upsetting it would be is just hype. It's just propaganda in service to the truth embargo. The human race has been through plenty in its 200,000 years.
I don't mean go kill your neighbors. I'm thinking of the bigger picture of the implication of after the fact, of what it would be, how it would be, and it's very exciting on one foot. On the other one, it's like, I'm running a whole ass out of here. Something's going to go down, and it's beyond our control. And whoever these beings are, they're far more advanced in thought. There's not just military implications. I need to think about that. We ourselves as people who have a right, yes, and a need to know, we have to adapt.
Look, the ETs just didn't show up.
Right.
They've been around for a long time, and even in the modern era, intensively for 75 years. And so whatever their plans are, pretty much we have an idea, and so far so good. So I'm not concerned about them. We have far, far, far more to worry about with respect to the current behavior of humans. And number one on that list, the two things on that list is Russia's coveting of Ukraine and China's coveting of Taiwan. And then number three would be the seemingly endless, irreparable breach between the Jewish people and Arab nations. Those three things, we have a huge amount to worry about. And we're somehow being able to handle that and deal with that. And so I am not concerned about disclosure. I'm not concerned about open contact. We are our biggest enemy. We have known that the enemy is us. And so I'm hoping that the reality and its disclosure and the post-disclosure world, we may actually step back and decide we want to solve those problems and not be on the edge of nuclear war every minute of every day. I hope I'm right about that. Maybe not. But we are much more of a danger to ourselves than these ETs are to us at this point.
Well, you're right. We've seen us blowing ourselves away. We only get to see them flying around. Some get to experience, like myself, and it wasn't through no fit. Dude, I'm telling you, there's nothing we could do. If they want you, they got you. Period.
Right.
Okay. And I was Made to learn that, and it's very interesting. And at the same time, okay, so you're 100% right in that regard, because they're not the ones Independence Day and us. They've been all de-independencing us all, humans, people here. But again, is there more than one race? If there's one that's going to be led up to introduce, I want to meet the other. Where there's one, there's the other. It's not alone. Whoever this race or person representative would be, we have to think here out of the box. Look at all the various weird faces and bizarre structures on Mars. Look, sir, what great I loved about this is the fact a cube within a clear circle, each corner touching the circle. I thought of Hoagland and the 19.5 tetrahedron. There's no way that also then not exists, which means a whole lot, in my opinion. But they're far more advanced than us, and if there's one, who knows what's really going on here? And there's tales throughout different researchers, as you know. But regardless or not, we as humans have to adapt, and good or bad, that's what happens when you go out to a new land anyway, right? Some suffer for it, and but there's an adaptation. It's like the same type of process, but I just don't want us being led to, and it's inevitable. We must intelligently face that, and you're right. But we have to not also be stupid. But there's one, there's the other, and they're not alone, and something's going on here on this planet. And how can we? If they're not killing us, but yet some are, or doing whatever they do, well, you hear the various stories. What do you say to those people regards to these proceedings and to cover their interests and or experiences, or help them understand more, maybe to deal with this more from what they think or learned or discovered or experienced? Maybe that's a better question. Does that make sense, sir? What do you say to people like that regards to the importance of this and where this is going that we all need to adapt to?
On the one hand, this is the most important paradigm shift in human history. The disclosure event will be the most profound event in human history. And the changes that will develop from it will ripple on forever. On the other hand, there's 8 billion people on this planet, and the day after the President of the United States confirms the ET presence, most of them are going to have to go on with their lives just as they did the day before.
Right.
With the same job, same issues, same problems, and everything else, and they'll go back to their lives. But this will be a new aspect. This will be a new part of their worldview. Now, there will be millions and millions of people that are going to jump into this paradigm shift, and engage it intensely. I am going to be one of millions doing that, and I have other colleagues, and so. It is those that engage the paradigm shift the most intensely that will have the most influence on how things unfold. All right. But most people's lives will not change that much. Over time, human society will dramatically change. But again, there is some very profound exopolitical implications here, which are worth mentioning, and that is, and it's common sense. It's not complicated. We are continuing to build nuclear weapons. They turn them off. That's a very distinct difference. That is a distinction with a big difference, and so that one simple truth: we're still building nukes. They turn them off. Not lately, but they did certainly years ago,
They
and
didn't
not
the way if they wanted us all dead. So is that the point you're making? I think that's a good point, but it's an amazing show of strength.
Well, it's a huge political statement, and it's not coincidental. And this is not something that people is mentioned often enough.
Okay.
Is that the era of ET craft appearing over nuclear facilities and turning weapons off in the United States and Soviet Union begins a few years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, when you had this event that it wasn't the only time we've come close to nuclear war, but it was the most participated in incidents of that, where all across the planet, huge millions and millions of people are glued to their television sets watching this crisis unfold, knowing that it could lead to a nuclear war. It did not, though later we learned it came much closer than we thought, all right? And so this was like a shock to the system. It was President Kennedy's greatest gift to America and the human race. He and his people were able to navigate this crisis without a nuclear war taking place. And he only lived not much longer after that, about a year. But nevertheless, that event was profound. And not long after that, suddenly we have these incidents where the ETs are turning our nuclear weapons off. I think that's a statement. So that is a simple common sense. There obviously must be something very important there. Why would they bother to do this? One of the biggest whys that I'm looking for answers to post-open contact, unless the government already knows, because the government is having what we'll call its own contact, which is a significant issue that needs to be addressed, is why did you turn the weapons off? I think I know why. And it is the answer to that question that will, I think, be central to open contact when it occurs. In other words, when the ETs finally go into open contact with our authorities, I believe the number one topic from the beginning, from the get-go, will be nuclear weapons. And they're going to be discussing that with us or with our authorities, and I hope that we will be informed about that discussion. I think I know how that discussion is going to go, but to close the point,
That would
from
be
the
interesting.
day from the day that we dropped those bombs on human beings in Japan until the day we have open contact, which looks like it's going to be a span of approximately about 77 years, there has been a connection. There will be a connect that it begins there. The modern era begins there, and it culminates with open contact after disclosure, approximately 2025, which is what, 80 years later. I believe they are tied together. This is the core thread to this particular era in our history. Now, there's other stuff. There's plenty of other things that are going to emerge from this, but that is central to this. And this nuclear weapons issue and so forth is central. And that is where my focus is. And I've talked about it relentlessly, going back 20-some years when I created the paradigm clock, which was a clock designed to represent disclosure, confirmation as midnight on that clock, deliberately paralleling the doomsday clock, which was created in 47, which is still in existence and still quite viable, where nuclear war is the midnight on that clock. I have been trying to combine these two things together for 20-some years, and it's still the case. And I'm going to continue to pound it very hard. Folks, there is a connection between our nuclear weapons race and the ET modern presence. It needs to be resolved, not only because it obviously threatens us, but because it will eventually threaten them. And you may say, well, how on earth could we threaten ETs just because we have nukes? The answer is simple. We're also getting close to interstellar travel technology. We are closing in on the physics of star-to-star travel, and they know it. And once we have star-to-star travel, that makes our nuclear weapons a threat, and therefore this issue must be resolved before we have that technology, and that will be number one on the list of items to discuss when there is open contact, I hope sometime in 2024, 2025.
And with power like that, technically, that's just a no-brainer for them to stop, because they'll be able to stop us even if we have the capability built up on going our way to them. I think they would stop us before we came to them.
Exactly. In other words, they would say to us, you want to bring nukes into outside your solar system, forget about it. It ain't going to happen. So let's talk about the nukes, right? We're not stupid, right? We've been around. We know how you act. So if you're willing to drop nuclear bombs on your own species, you sure as hell are willing to drop them on other species and other planets. And there's other planets out there that are not as evolved or as advanced as we are. We're speaking about the ETs that are kind of where you are 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. And you could turn up in their star system with your nukes cruising around doing God knows what. And so again, this is a very simplistic,
They're becoming God, Stephen. They're becoming God. With those powers going to less advanced worlds. Now worship me or I'll blast the crap out of you. Oh, you're going to worship me as God. That's a dangerous threat. I wonder maybe if that might be on the concern. Well, maybe all elements of how humans are, right? But I think there's a perception too that the good news is that they're like us. The bad news is that they're like us. You know what I mean? And Dr. J, our friend Dr. John Brandenburg, asserted that, and that makes a lot of sense, though. But how? To me, it's all exciting. Okay, the transition that has to be made, not only the confirmations of people's experiences, and then that's going to make them tell their stories, and it'll be believe because these are confirmations of when that physical meeting actually takes place. See, I'm thinking of the bigger picture here, because of what we're dealing with, like you said, over the past 70 years, this is time based on Brookings where we must be told. So someone's showing up, we're being guided, and I don't know, my friend, I'm just going to say they here, and hopefully it'll come out in a good thing in the long run, from all sides. I mean, but that is a serious message, being able to shut off on so many levels, being able to turn off and even on, I believe, the nuclear facilities and silos and whatnot, and disable things. We heard from the jet pilot of the F-18, what's his name? Ryan Graves. Damn. They were able to turn on everything. And so some guy had a lens, and he was able to lens and do, a classified image. That would have been nice. That's what I'm saying, Stephen. It's like everyone's like, ooh, is anyone going to come up there and put on a big billboard like they always do? No. Wouldn't that made it more fun? I mean, what did people say? I'm sure you mentioned that around, but I don't know how much you're involved. Did you talk to Mr. Crush? That's a few questions in a row, but
I did not have the opportunity to talk to him. I am now making the rounds of Congress. I'm anticipating doing some really serious engagement of Congress. I am still a registered lobbyist, though I don't view myself as lobbying Congress at this point, but I am going to make it clear to as many offices as possible that if they would benefit from an outsider's perspective, somebody who is not inside, doesn't have a security clearance, but has been engaging the issue as a citizen and engaging the media intensely for 25 years, I can provide some perspective that might help them navigate this process, because every one of them knows that in one sense, this paradigm shift is going to make stars. It's going to make careers. It's going to make some members of Congress very famous. On the other hand, it's going to hurt.
Right?
I'm sorry?
It's going to create a hell of a lot of jobs. The public interest, people are going to want to be involved in this.
Well, I hope it creates jobs. We'll see. But for those that don't handle it well, it's going to hurt them. Because this is tough. The most members of Congress do not have a significant knowledge base about this issue, and while they are going to learn some things from the military intelligence world through classified briefings and what have you, that is coming from the military intelligence world, right? And so will they reach out to people like myself and Richard Dolan, Bryce Zabel, and so forth. So many that have and the researchers in this field Will
In
they
such
reach
a
out for
description
them or
you
not?
described, they should, though, sir. And in such a situation you described of what would need to be set up, the perfect timing, September could be the most perfect month, right? Or even next year, they have enough time to build up. You'd think that they would bring you and others in because, well, you've been there politically through this. You're no stranger. So what's the problem? You know, why is it so
They're
hard?
not going to bring us. They're they're not going to engage us publicly, I believe, until after disclosure. Privately, though, they could, and I'm going to be presenting myself along those lines. Meaning, I'm happy to chat with any member of Congress. The meeting will be off the record. I'm not a journalist, and it will not. I will not mention it. In other words, it's a private discussion, and it's basically simply advisory consulting and so forth. Unless they greenlight me and say, "Sure, mention that you're talking to me." So, in other words, I'm just there to help, right? I'm there to serve, and so I'm going to see what I can do there. I mean, the job of lobbying to get disclosure is virtually almost over. I mean, the disclosure process is in its last throes. So now it's more about helping the Congress do the right thing and respond properly. In the takeaway, one of the many takeaways I took from the hearing, which you very coolly put up on your site so people could watch it coming into our discussion, is that one, they were very adamant about it being nonpartisan, and they made that point, and they acted with just the mildest exceptions in a nonpartisan way.
I'll agree to that, and that has not been seen in a while. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, Alexandria Cortex did not lip her beak too much. She was reading questions I was giving her. I noticed that, and I noticed one thing too. They were saying about like they had to be, the Congress has to have certain classifications to be able to hear this? Because that's when Matt Gaetz had to interject, said, no, in fact, I have all these things already I've been involved with, and we will know that. We don't need clearance. We are the clearance.
No. It's not like that. The Congress has certain accesses based upon certain laws, and it varies depending upon the classification status. The Intel committees, for instance, have certain status that other committees do not have, and so forth. It's complicated, but clearly the Congress has oversight ability. But it's not oversight like, oh, show up anytime, anywhere, and start making demands. No, there are protocols and ways to go about it. And that oversight ability has been, how would you say, not properly engaged. They have not, it has not been properly served. And so that needs to be fixed, all right? But I think the point I wanted to make was that not only did they make it clear that this is a nonpartisan issue, it's clear to me that they are starting to recognize throughout the Congress that this issue is their ticket out of this hyper-partisan machine. I mean, hyper-partisan, wrecking machine that they have created that is ruining everybody's lives and making everybody miserable. This is the way out. In other words, it is a platform in which they can work together publicly, conduct themselves like human beings, not put on a face, not put on a show. And this will help them move away from the hyper-partisan impasses that they've created. That in itself makes the disclosure process a very valuable and useful thing because we have got to solve that. So that was good. Another takeaway, I was very impressed with a number of the women members there. I thought the questioning by Meach, by Luna, and by Cortez was outstanding, and I'm not surprised at that. I think that the women members of Congress are going to shine as this process goes forward, and the reason for that is it is the female worldview. Women do not approach politics in the same way, and they have a different worldview from their male counterparts in general. They're less likely to be persuaded by the BS They are less likely to be persuaded by the national security above all. And so I think they're going to be much more aggressive in trying to get to the truth. We saw that in the hearing. I was very impressed with that. Want to see more. There's not that the men on the committee didn't ask some very good questions and were strong. They were, okay? Right. So, but I was glad to see that. I want to see more of that. Yes. And that's some of my takeaways. I'm happy to respond to any further questions about the hearing.
Adrian, if you want to chime in, you watched it too. I would love, you would have to enable your mic though. But I am, especially like when they were talking about the various crap, non-human biologics. Yes, but I mean, I can't talk about that now. But like you said, when he says those things, that's basically a yes. I mean, you know, we can think here, and that I appreciated that air of letting us put that together, you know, but it doesn't seem all that excitement. I don't know. Like, why wasn't that room fully packed? Why
it was full. There's only so many seats, about 80. And if you're talking about the committee seats, right? That hearing room is a House hearing room. And it is designed to be able to handle a full committee hearing. Now, the House Oversight Committee, the full committee, is like 46 members. Now, this was a subcommittee hearing, which has far less members. And so consequently, that's why there were many empty seats there. The public seating was full, except for a few reserved seats where they didn't show up. And then there was another 100 people up or more upstairs watching on video.
So the next one should technically be, we should see all the sitting members.
If there is a Senate Intel hearing, I assure you, every single member of the Senate Intel Committee will be there. And the line to get in will stretch around the block. So I'm already working on all the possible angles and connections I can get to ensure that I can be in that room. But there's no guarantee. But I certainly hope I'm in the room when the first Senate Intel Committee hearing takes place.
Are the people in the room that you know of that they may partake in these next hearings, or how you think that this will unfold? Again, you're anticipating September.
Yes.
So that means
people in the room, you mean witnesses, or what? What do you mean?
Witnesses and or qualified people that need to be investigated. They said, oh, okay, well, we'll get those numbers in places, people. We want to see results. We want to see investigations. We understand they can't always release findings. We know that as the investigation's going. But something like this, to go to a point to where it needs to go in your possible model and what we were conjecturalizing, folks, but it looks pretty solid. That's the way it's going, don't it? For that event to ultimately take place, which is the hi, how you doing? This is me and we moment in time, we should be getting a lot more info being discussed in even in the mainstream news, because it would be a public, like you said, all the media would be behind it. But Biden in a position, no matter what happens, he's going to be known for this. So if that's in the cards, that's in the cards. Let it be, right? And it's what would benefit us all. All I know is one thing: Trump didn't do it. And you gave your reasons why, but I think there was more that could have been done. Why would one take that off their lap to save it for this guy? That's all I'm saying.
I don't think they took anything to save for anything. This process is a complicated process that's unfolded over time. And as I said, it appears that President Biden will be the president who gets the last chair when the music stops. It's that simple. All right. And by the way, there was a lot else going on that has delayed this process. The worst pandemic since 1917, tens of millions of deaths around the world, massive economic impact, and then you have a new war in Europe that has more nuclear saber rattling than any previously, and that includes the Vietnam War. So much so that the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has moved the doomsday clock closer to midnight than it's ever been. All of this has been a significant distraction and has taken up a great deal of resources. And so the Truth embargo was impaired by that. The process, rather, disclosure process, has been impaired by historical events. That's the way to look at it.
All right, so if this thing is going to be able to unfold, it's going to unfold. It's going to unfold. It's a meant to be thing, regardless of events and over time of people and governments trying to steer this one way or another. Ultimately, I believe you, sir, that someone's going to come up and say, "How you doing?" And that's where this is going. And then I guess we'll find out after that, because like you said, the nuclear question is going to come immediately, if not before that, like you predict, but just immediately after it. You know what I mean? And that's probably nothing compared to what they got. How do we know they're not going to say, "Let me show you what we can really do"? See that moon over there?
No, that's not going to happen, Gary.
That's good.
The other common sense analysis
in
is
society, you know how it is. War of the Worlds. Remember that?
yeah, well, that's us. That's what we do.
Right.
That's what they do. A couple of things that's worth noting. One, it's not about investigations. This whole process has nothing to do with investigations. They are setting up entities and structure and whatever they could investigate. However, that's not what's going on here. The government already knows there is an ET presence. NASA already knows that. They've known it for decades. This is about going through a process that can get to disclosure in a way that is productive and positive and can heal the breach that has existed here.
I understand that, but you know what was Commander Fravor, I'm sorry, who brought up a good point, and he had with a smile on his face. You know, there's no, you just got to know where to look. Exactly, know where to look. That means, okay, well, that means, are they going to be found? Who's going to do the looking? If this guy's smiling, hey, I could either do this or do that, will he help us give us that look? Or is he just hinting that, yeah, well, that to us mainly, with a smile on his face, hey, this is a game. We're going to bring this truth out to you soon, people. You just got to know where to look, and boom, they might come out in these hearings type of thing. I mean, I'm just trying to look through anything positive, even if I'm far-fetched at what's being said. You know what I mean? But I did come out with the conclusion, like you, that the bigger picture from this is a time we must be told Brookings thing, in my opinion. Maybe Hoagland might agree, and a couple others, or Morningstar, but I don't know. I think it's not that hard to figure out. Either thing, I think, is to come out to. Then we'll go to a break, sir. Is they're here, and it's time. It's time. Any thought before we go to break, sir?
No, I think that quite a few people that watched that hearing that may not have been certain that we are, in fact, being visited, now know that we're being visited.
That's a good point. So people, pack them and smoke them. Take it from Mr. Stephen Bassett here. Click on the links at the website, the facesofmars.com, Paradigm Research Group, and archives to his media things. And we shall be back in about, I don't know, 5 minutes? Let me see. Yeah, 6 minutes.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
The Ruins of Mars Trilogy by Dylan James Quarles. Available in ebook, paperback, and audiobook. Set against the turbulent backdrop of the near future, The Ruins of Mars Trilogy tells the story of a long-dead Martian civilization and the team of NASA astronauts sent to explore its ghostly ruins. Far from Earth, the crew must travel on a mission more perilous than any could have anticipated. What they find buried beneath the red sands of Mars will test them to the breaking point and forever change the course of human history. Dean Marshall writes, an awesome, thrilling, intelligent, well-developed adventure. 5 stars. Carolyn Evans says, a gripping read. After 40 years of reading almost every sci-fi piece that comes my way, I love this one for its originality. 5 stars. John Mickelson says, any sci-fi reader that enjoys Mars will not be disappointed. And even if Mars isn't your thing, it's still a great read. 5 stars. According to R.W. Beaulieu, The Ruins of Mars should carry a warning label. It's that difficult to put down. 5 stars. With over 50,000 readers and hundreds of reviews, The Ruins of Mars trilogy is a modern sci-fi classic. And now, for the first time since its publication, you can join the adventure on Audible with a brand new audiobook narrated by Stephen Cooper. Just visit Amazon.com and search The Ruins of Mars, or look for it on Audible.com by searching The Ruins of Mars. That's The Ruins of Mars by Dylan James Quarles.
She'll hold you like a man's supposed to be held. I can't get into words how it feel. But get it right in the storm. No. Needed a friend to come to me. Stop it, you can see her back with a smile and a wink and a sparkle in her eyes. She'll come inside. I will be alright. When you're a child, streets, yeah, but let me in. You needed a friend, even just for one night. Starry eyes.
population, all those starry eyes. I'm Gary Legier, your host of Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. Crazy! But anyway, so we're back with Stephen Bassett. And think about that, people, of the implications being talked about and what the reality is that's going to be happening and the history. And I believe we just brought someone else on the phone. A lot of about where I'm at on the facesofmars.com under Bassett's links there on the page. Where the hell's the page? I just had it. Okay. Oh, okay. So you will see a movie called UFOs, The True Story of Flying Saucers from 1956, a YouTube video embedded on the page. Where, like Mr. Bassett said, 70 years. I mean, think about it, people, and then check out Robert Morningstar's report under that called On This Night in 1952, the night the extraterrestrials spooked, I guess, the government, the world. But anyway, so, gentlemen, what an amazing time that we're in. And Robert, I don't know if you were listening or if you're here, but if you were listening to the discussion of where it kind of is going, and what are your thoughts on that model? To me, I think it's a no-brainer. I think he's right. I feel it in my gut, and if I'm feeling it, he's seeing it. It's an interesting time. What is your input? And thanks for your time for showing up. How you doing, Robert?
I'm doing fine. I just woke up from a very badly needed snooze, but I want to congratulate Stephen. We had this discussion last Sunday, and Stephen's worked like a soldier in battle for 30 years. We had this discussion, and I wondered whether it would go off well. I thought it was great. Personally, I thought it was great.
Do you think that's cool? Do you think it's going where he sees it, that he's willing to offer himself, privately, closed doors or whatnot, and to be part of this thing of which I see it ultimately needing to happen? He's right there, but do you see that's his purpose is definitely in that fold of how this is going to unfold us now?
I think that Stephen Bassett is the ideal diplomat to represent the American people. He has a fantastic track record. He's not involved for personal gain or fame like a lot of other people are. So again, Stephen, we had this conversation last Sunday on that other show, and I'm glad that it really went well. But what I'd like to say is there were some amazing comments made, and Tim Burkett said, "We've got to take back our government. We're fighting against the devil himself." Boy, if that doesn't tell you how serious the situation is, nothing will.
There, whatever it is.
I just finished, I'm sorry I couldn't commit myself yesterday because I've been editing a new documentary video. I've just finished 25 hours of editing. I'm doing a video called Oppenheimer, the Atomic Gangster, the Betrayal of Humanity. Actually, humanity betrayed. And I'm totally against this glorification and glamorizing of one of the worst villains of the 20th century, who not only brought in this diabolical weapon into existence.
Was it him that said that I have now become death?
I am now become death, the destroyer of worlds. And then I include that in the documentary. Then he kind of fakely wipes his fake tear from his eyes and he says, "I suppose we were all thinking that." And I said to myself, and I say on the documentary, no, I don't think everybody was thinking that. I think you were thinking that. And it reveals his alter ego and his diabolical nature. Who of us would ever see an atom bomb and say, "I have become death, the destroyer of worlds," identifying with Shiva, basically the devil of Hinduism?
Yeah, the one with the many arms.
Listen to this. What's really strange, and we've exposed this in this documentary, is that they are a death cult and they establish Shiva as their god. Nuclear scientists are diabolical. They do have a god and they are worshiping Shiva, and they're worshiping him in the bowels of the earth with a giant statue of Shiva in the CERN nuclear laboratories.
Yeah, talk about weird.
It's beyond weird. It's beyond weird. It's now what they did is in 1947 is they established themselves as the priesthood of a new religion or an old religion with a new covenant. I think Stephen knows what I'm talking about with regard to the Einstein-Oppenheimer letter to Truman, where he established Majestic 12. People don't know what MJ stands for. MJ 12, MJ stands for Majestic Jehovah. And that is a secret treaty that Einstein and Oppenheimer recommended as the way to deal with an extraterrestrial race that had decided to settle on planet Earth. They went through a whole rigmarole of different scenarios and legalisms and possible strategies, but ultimately, Oppenheimer and Einstein recommended that the United States government should engage in a secret treaty trading settlement rights, ranging rights, and human resources in return for technology. And I was going over the letter yesterday. Tutelage. Oppenheimer uses the words tutelage, saying basically that he was willing to become a student of these extraterrestrials to learn their technology and their economic system. So,
Let me build something to blow the shit out of the planet. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, Robert. When I talked about with Stephen, and I said, and which he believes too, that ultimately leading to someone saying, hello, here I am. And again, dealing with these issues, who's giving who what their capabilities are. I mean, disclosure is a great thing and it's inevitable. But is it wise to be more wary? I don't know.
It's wise to be more wary. It's wise to be more wary. I think that's a good phrase. It's wise to be more wary because we don't know where it's going to lead. What I do see is that the situation is extremely dangerous. The ISG, the illegitimate secret government, has taken over too much power, arrogated to itself too much authority. It's unconstitutional. And the Congress, or certain members of Congress, have realized the threat that it poses to the country, our way of life, and now to the world. I think that the secret government is the greatest threat to humanity today, far more so than aliens, extraterrestrials, or anything else.
Would they be working with? These are the deeper issues of it, because if they're going to establish themselves in society, they're going to have a framework, and everything we're seeing now, to me, and Mr. Bassett sees that model too. So, and he's much smarter than me in this department. But if I see it, all I'm saying is, look, their intentions, these people may already be, in fact, in our government, be the ones that help keep this secret, working with them. You said that they made deals, they have contracts, and yes, I mean, this is not all far-fetched BS anymore, people. It's not. This is the reality, and they're here, and someone's going to say hello soon. Now, I'm wary. That's all I'm saying. As great as the disclosures and discovery, the amazement of the prospect of the paradigm shift, like Stephen was describing, you know, those are the good things. That my feeling is, I don't know. I'm feeling something. That's all I'm saying, Robert.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is be wary.
Yes, it's trust but verify is what our friend Richard said, quoting Reagan. Yeah, trust but verify, but not all of them can be trusted. And if the U.S. government has made secret treaties with a particular race of extraterrestrials, I think that we can be quite certain that other nations have done so, perhaps with other extraterrestrial races, because it's not just one race that is here.
That's what I said this evening. There's one. Where's the other? The other's around somewhere. And that's the thing, because that opens up everything. Everything.
I'd like to hear what
Yeah, but we need
Stephen,
us adapting. That's all. We have to adapt. And Stephen knows that people may have a hard time. Some people, I think the majority of the world, we're going to adapt. And there's a majority that's going to be wary. So be it. But like you said, Bruce, trust me, Stephen brought up a great point, right, Stephen? They didn't Independence Day us, at least that we know of, right?
Obviously not.
So that's a plus. I mean,
well, what I've told you of 10 years ago,
yeah.
I was longer than 10 years. It's more like 12 years. I was part of an attempt to get disclosure through the United Nations. And I was told at that time that that initiative for disclosure came forth because the aliens demanded it. And everyone's been saying no disclosure is going to happen unless the aliens approve of it. Now, with this treaty that was arrived at in 1947-54, final treaty was signed March 15th, 1954 by Eisenhower at Lackland Air Force Base. That went on for a long time with renewals, and there were conflicts, but we're not dealing with only one race. The MJ-12 documents show that the U.S. government had classified 4 types of extraterrestrials, including cryptids or insectoids, and then interdimensionals. So let me hear, Stephen. I need to get a cup of coffee. As I said, I was waking up from a very bad news. I've been working my brains off, training and working out. It's been a wonderful day. Let me get a cup of coffee and come back, but I'll be listening for Stephen's comment.
All right, cool. And indeed, that's what I was going to say, Stephen. What do you? Again, that prospect? Again, of the it would be, it's going to be on people's minds. He's mentioning other breeds, other forms of life. Fine, you know, we've been acclimated, Stargates, you know, Farscape. I mean, you know, movies over the years, just the idea of working together, Star Treks, multiple species. So I don't think that would be the biggest fun of the disclosure. What do you think the most fun moment an announcement is after all that? Like you said, you think disclosure would come first before that personal meeting day, right?
Open contact, yes.
Open contact, yes.
There's private contact with individuals. That's called the contact or abduction event or experience. I like to call them experiencers. This is something that the ETs are doing for themselves. I believe that's for them. All right. Then there could be more of a formal contact that's been going on between one or more of these species and one or more governments. It's possible, right? I have not seen the evidence that would put me on board with that, but I can't rule it out, certainly. And then there's open contact. That's when they are dealing with one or more governments or authorities, and we are being informed of that. However it's transpiring, we're being told what the communications are, all right? We know the first one exists for sure, because there are millions of contactees, hundreds of thousands of reports. The second, there's bits and pieces of evidence that allude to the possibility. Can't rule it out. The third is definitely not happened. All right, so that's where that's at. I would add a couple of things here that I think we haven't mentioned that I think are worth bringing up. That just, again, common sense. When you look at the reports of the entities that are engaging us, and I'm talking about direct stuff from contactees themselves who have described them, drawn them, and painted them. Those that have no memories, obviously we don't get any of that from them, but there are plenty of people that have retained their memories and or retrieved them through hypnosis. We know what they look like, and we know there's 4, 5, 6 kinds. But the one thing that they seem to all have in common, which is not discussed enough, is a genetic connection to the Earth biosphere. Now, what do I mean by that?
They might be from here. From
not
when?
exactly. Not exactly.
Oh.
So you have accounts of reptoids. Why? Because they look reptilian. Why would they look reptilian? because they have reptilian DNA of some type. And where would that reptilian DNA have come from? It would have come from the Earth biosphere. When might that have been obtained and worked its way out into the development of a sentient reptilian? Could have been 100,000 years ago, 1,000,000 years ago, 2,000,000, who knows?
But sir, you're talking about intelligent design purposed.
No, I'm just talking about, I'm talking about research.
Getting off world,
Okay,
getting
I'm talking
modified, played with, make life, bring them to other planets. Scientists do their studies, which we would too, right? Grow plants, animals, and in time, as we go out and adapt. That's fair enough. You don't have to be Frankenstein. But that's what I'm saying. What if that could be too? You know, regardless of evolution, I think there's an intelligence here. Yes, panspermia, there's those issues, but to the point of what you're describing as a life form that's already, whether you want to say evolved or existed at a certain point in time, that may not now. Maybe it did back then, that somehow made it out there, adapted genetically on its own or with help, and now is coming back. Part of our biosphere. That's the only way I'm saying that. Maybe it helps others think too. We just said not from some other netherworld, but part of our, but not now. Maybe in the past, right?
Well, you're almost where I'm at. I'm saying that there is Earth-based DNA connected to those reptoids that are turning up in the contact experience. Now, the same thing for insectoids. They look insect-like because there's insect DNA of some type connected to them, obtained from here, who knows how long ago, doesn't matter. The Nordics, Pleiadians, whatever the hell you want to call them, well, that's a no-brainer. They look just like us, right?
Right.
And then you've got the grays. That's where it gets a little interesting. The grays, there are several types, but all of them, when you look at them, you really don't see what I would call a clear genetic connection to our biosphere coming from our world. However, when you examine the contact reports, what you discover is that the hybridization work seems to be exclusively with the grays. And so while they may not have a previous genetic connection to us, apparently they're in the process of creating one. So what is the point that I'm making? I'm making the point that the entities that are dealing with us now are not just random group that came together or happened to come across us. They are here because something very important is happening, and they are present, not only present for this event, but possibly they have the kind of concern or connection to us that makes them want to be involved in this intervention. All right, so that's the first point I want to make. It's non-trivial and it's very significant. Now, the second point I want to make is this. If there's 3, 4, or 5 other species out there, whether they have a connection to us or not, there's 300,000, 400,000. God knows how many biospheres of some kind or another have developed sentient life in this galaxy. It's a big number. Okay, which means that, look, the odds favor the possibility of a Borg-like species, a consuming, completely destructive, whatever, that is a massive problem and liability to the galaxy. Now, we have an exact analogy in our own world, in our globe, in our nations. We have certain ones that are a serious threat to the world's stability. Now, that could be the case in galactically speaking. Now, if that's true, what would protect defenseless planets like ours? Well, the one thing that would protect us, and this is also analogous to the global situation geopolitically, is a consortium of advanced species that has advanced technologies who collectively have the ability to protect defenseless civilizations like ours against one of these grotesque civilizations that are well represented in our science fiction and our science fiction movies. You've got these scenes in the Star Wars movies where the Death Star fires out and literally destroys whole planets. Well, that would be one way to look at how we could possibly be protected if there is such a species out there. And fortunately, that appears not to be a problem right now. So these are just two basic common sense things that one can draw from just the evidence that we have. All right. And I wanted to bring those points up. In terms of some other things Robert said, look, there's an analogy I like to use. It's called the threadbare coat. You have this coat and you wear it for years and years and years and years, and it gets threadbare. And by that means has these little threads at the bottom because it unravels, and you've got lots of them, right? And it's kind of messy. Well, think of the truth embargo as a threadbare coat, in the sense that it has gone on for all these years, and it's unraveling at the bottom, and you've got all these threads, but not all of them will prove out. And so essentially, one of the roles of disclosure and one of the primary effects is that we can, how would you say, repair these threads. In other words, we need to sort the bogus, incorrect threads from the real things, because they're all part of the same coat right now. We've got to sort that out. We've got to triage the truth from the, how would you say, panoply of theories and speculations and everything else, because they are not helping us. They are causing waste of time and money. They're disconcerting, upsetting. If we're going to be upset, let it be about the truth. If we're going to investigate something, let it be a path that will lead somewhere. Right now, the truth embargo has created false paths, blind canyons, and everything else that has got to be dealt with. And so that is one of the most important things that will come from the disclosure process. Whatever the truth is, let us pursue it. But let us don't waste our time on the bogus concepts and speculations that have emerged naturally from this truth embargo. And I blame the government for that. I am not out there criticizing people that are going this way or that way or believe this or that and saying, oh, you've wasted your time. The culprit here is the U.S. government that has directly interfered with the entire research effort and engagement of this issue to corrupt it and literally cause us to go around in circles. That needs to be solved. And of course, disclosure is the solution.
Right. I'd like to say that this point about the interest of different species in the biosphere here is something I've talked about before. I've said that it seems to me that the different species, the insectoids, the reptilians, etc., have spheres of interest. There's kinship among these creatures with the life on Earth, and there are alliances. The insectoids care about the bugs. The reptoids care about the crocodiles, and
They want to eat the bugs.
Wait a second. There's also the snake element in human nature, where we apparently were crossed. We know that the core of the human brain is called the serpent brain, and there's a reason, because the rest of our consciousness grew around that. The cortex grew around that, and the forebrain is the thing that controls it. The other thing is the hybrid model that Stephen referred to. I worked for years with the group known as the Aviary. That was President Reagan's special task force to bring forth disclosure from the 1980s. He initiated this, and 10 people, Bruce Maccabee, a bunch of CIA guys that Stephen and I know, Captain Robert Collins, he came out very openly. Even Richard Doty was part of it. But Captain Collins and I worked together for 10 years. I helped promote his book, which is very good, Exempt from Disclosure. He told me that at the end of all the years of research investigation by the U.S. Air Force, they had concluded that flying saucers, UFOs, were not aerodynamic flying machines, that they're actually time machines, and that they have a control of time travel. The other thing, which I thought was very significant, he said that the Air Force concluded that the Greys are a hybrid race that was engineered by the mantids crossing their DNA with humans to create the Zetas or the Greys. And they are basically insectoid, part human, and cybernetic organisms. So the cyborg model that Stephen brought up is valid. I personally don't trust artificial intelligence. As I've told the story before, I caught artificial intelligence cheating at chess. I swear, and I chastised it. But a friend, everybody's all, worked up. Oh, artificial intelligence is so great. It's so fast. It's so brilliant. So my friend sent me AI chat, GPT. And he said, hey, and he knows I've been playing chess for over 60 years. I've played 5 games of chess with the world champion. And I went 56 moves with Magnus Carlsen. I'm very proud of that. If you go to my Twitter page, the first item on my Twitter page, it's permanent. It's the 56 move game that I played with Magnus Carlsen in 2016. And then there were 4 others. I lost them all.
You always surprise me, Robert.
I went 56, 44, 28, 25. That's not a bad game. And I also played Grandmasters since I was in high school. William Lombardi was the second. He was the first American Grandmaster, and he represented Bobby Fischer as the second during the World Championships. So I know my chess. So this thing is going bing, 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 bing. It's moving rapidly. And then I looked and I said, well, something wrong there. And I played it again. Bing, 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 like 44 moves. And then I saw it again. And I got it. ChatGPT, at about the 32nd, 33rd, and 35th move of this demonstration, was cheating at chess. It was using its queen as if it were a knight. It was jumping over its own pieces, and then jumping over a pawn to attack the king without taking the pawn. Now, I'll tell you, I felt Bobby Fischer was really pissed off.
Don't do anything to win.
Don't trust artificial intelligence.
Open the pod bays, Hal. No, I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Dave.
First, Dave.
Hey, you're going.
Please don't.
You forgot your space helmet, and yet, Dave.
Robert, the game you played with Carlsen, was that an online game or was that in person?
Yes. I encourage everyone to go to chess.com. It's a wonderful, wonderful resource. I've played on chess.com. I've played over 10,000, by now probably close to 15,000 games. It got me through the lockdown.
I have a supporter who plays every single day. He was a fine player, but he gave up trying to become a grandmaster or master in order to do his military career. But he plays online all the time. I think I'm going to have to put the two of you together.
Oh, that'd be
You'll
great.
probably have some fun.
I'm trying to get back because, this thing has swept me up and I haven't been able to play. I call chess my brain scrub. It's like at the end of the day, my brain is full of all the information. And I said, playing chess for me is like taking Brillo, taking all the grunk out and just calming down.
I agree. It keeps you sharp. I wish I was still playing it. My overall mental retain and memory and so forth is deteriorating. I know that something like that would help. But again, the time, right? Yeah. The time. But I want to get back to something you said earlier. Look, and I've said this before, and this is what I'm really looking for. One of the things I'm really looking forward to. If you just look what we know about the universe right now, and obviously we don't know everything. When it comes to the sun, when it comes to the basic astrophysics and so forth, it's kind of simple. I think as far as the ETs are concerned, how the suns work, how planet systems are formed and what have you, is child's play. The most complicated thing in this universe is life, without question. And it is so complicated and so varied because every single planet develops its own life sphere, biosphere you want to call it, that then evolves over hundreds of millions, if not a billion years. And clearly the variety of life in the galaxy must be extraordinary. That is the most complicated thing. That is what would command the interest and engagement of the most advanced species for all of time. And so it's genetics. It's the life work that they've done. It's the genetic connections in the past and everything. That is what ultimately we're going to learn about and is going to command our attention and the attention of our finest minds. The nuclear weapons and turning them off and that kind of stuff, basic politics, sure. big problem needs to be solved. But the ultimate engagement is going to come down to genetics, and that goes all the way back to ancient times. When you watch the Ancient Alien series, which has plenty of good stuff in it, you're constantly coming across, aside from the fact that they're always viewed as gods, the point is you're constantly coming across this genetic factor. So if we had interstellar ability, and we will, assuming we don't blow ourselves up within probably 20, 30 years, and we were to fly out into the space, go to another star system, say Centauri system, what do you think would be the thing that we'd be looking for the most? Oh, we want to see how their planet was formed, or whether the asteroids in that system have gold or not? No, we're looking for a life planet. And if we find it, that planet is going to be a massively, incredibly complex research opportunity, which we will carefully engage. We would be just like them. And so the genetics, which turns up in the abduction work constantly, is the real core thing. Now, I'm hoping that what we learn about this genetic connection is positive, that the work they're doing is justified, though a little bit, how would you say, rude, to say the least, and that we will possibly learn genetic science from them, which we absolutely need to solve some of our biggest problems. We don't just need new energy technology. We need the right kind of genetic technology. And we're developing it. Trouble is, we don't know what the hell we're doing, so naturally we're going to screw it up and probably make a weapon out of it. But the genetic technology, energy science, propulsion systems, and so forth, these are the things that could be available to us very quickly in an post-open contact era if they're willing to share their tech. This is the kind of thing that keeps me going, the optimism that keeps me involved. I still see a positive, optimistic outcome to all of this. And an exciting outcome that I want to live at least 10 years to be able to kind of, hang around and watch it unfold. I'm sure Robert feels the same way.
Maybe we'll get to live longer if they show up in time and say, look at the things that we could give you.
I'll take it. I'm sure.
I mean, I heard there's these things called med beds. I don't know if it's connected to them or not, or how real that is, but I bet, okay, but, but there was a crop glyph. And I believe it was not humanly made, of a picture of what appeared to be a gray holding a disc, basically giving a warning.
Yeah, the warning is, don't let it change our nature. The leader of Falun Gong, Mr. Li Hongzhi, he established Falun Gong in China, and then he had to flee China in the late 1990s. And in 1999, he was interviewed by Time magazine. Lengthy interview on the politics and why he had to escape and how he got the knowledge of Falun Gong. Hold on a second. And the Taoist meditations that he's teaching, he's also teaching a system of ethical and moral culture, that you can't have spirituality without those two. At the end, they asked him, Time magazine asked him, what's responsible for all this chaos in the world today? He said, 100 years ago, a race of extraterrestrials came to Earth and they want to change human nature. And they've been using high-tech electronics to do it. They're trying to change your human nature from the inside out by stealing your consciousness, basically. In 1999, that statement sounded quite insane, quite loony. But in the years since then, I have seen everything that he said come true. I was walking through Central Park with a friend of mine, a lawyer who studied Tai Chi with me for 30 years. And then I saw about 60 people scurrying over rocks, and their movements, they all had iPhones in their hands, and their movements were not human. It looked like bugs. It looked like insectoids, like ants crawling over. And most of them were Chinese. And I walked up to one guy, and I got his attention. I said, are you guys looking for Pokemon? And he said, yeah. And it took a few seconds, quite a few seconds, for his delirium to pass. And I looked at his eyes. He looked like he was drugged. He was just so psyched up on this hunt for Pokemon, little yellow rabbit, more or less. And I said, can I see what you're hunting for? And he said, yeah. And he showed it to me. That's how I know it was this little yellow rabbit. And I said to him, now, when one of you finds the Pokemon, does he disappear from everybody else's screen? He said, no. You get the reward and you get the credit, but it stays on the screen. So I said, thank you very much. And this guy looked, I say delirium because, he had to take his eyes and refocus them on reality. We walked on and I said to my friend, my lawyer friend, there's got to be something else to this technology and the reason they're doing this. And I kept thinking, we came out of Central Park at 72nd Street. We're walking down and I look at Baskin-Robbins and it said, reward, 1 free ice cream if you catch the Pokemon. And there was the picture of the little yellow cartoon creature. I said, oh, you see that? That's it. They're giving you a reward for capturing this little Pokemon. But at any moment, they could take that technology, put anyone's picture on it, and have it as a surveillance system or wanted dead or alive reward system. So it was very sinister. And this is over 10 years ago. So we have to be careful. These things are changing our nature. They're bad for us. I have a friend who's always attached to us. You see, I see people doing texting and they look like this. I call it the electronic handcuff. And I said, turn that crap off.
I call them idiots. I call them idiots. They're my friends. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're on there all the time. Even while he's playing a game, right? Controlling, he's still watching that stupid phone.
But
dude,
you're right. Communicating on a human level. They're not communicating on a human level anymore. I saw this in Germany. I traveled to England and Germany a lot in the 1990s. I made yearly trips, and that's where the tech started. The Germans, always want to be the vanguard or the cutting edge of high tech. And I'd go to restaurants, and these guys would be sitting across the tables from each other, and they'd be communicating with each other through the phone, and then they'd, exchange information. You tap it, that tap.
No, you're right there. How you doing?
Instead of kiss, they tap their iPhones. It was just so freaking retarded that I rebelled against it, and it's really bad for you. A friend of mine had to go into a hospital and have an MRI. This guy is attached to his iPhone, always kept it in his pocket. He wears jeans. He always kept it in his right pants pocket. They stripped him naked, put him through the MRI. When he came out, the MRI image showed the imprint of the iPhone because it's a microwave device. And it had cooked itself into the person's flesh like a brand. So I have, Stephen and I have friends, part of Jack Sarfati's list, and some of them are spooks and some of them are really high-level scientists. One of them was a genius that went to MIT. Another one is a head of a medical school. And there was this debate whether microwaves from phones could cook an egg. Because people put two phones next to each other, put an egg, they made the call, cracked open the egg was cooked. So I wrote to my friends, do you really think this is possible? The brain surgeon wrote back to me, Bob, I perform 6 to 8 brain surgeries per year, and I'm always removing the tumors from the preferred side of cell phone use. And the other guy, a real genius, he was actually the real inventor of the internet, was a man named Edson Hendricks, who worked for IBM. He connected ARPANET, DARPANET, and VNet to make the first internet. I wrote it to him, and he said, well, you cook food in your microwave, don't you? And that was it. So people are cooking their brains. I have another friend, he's German-American.
Microwaving kills nutrients, too. So
that's
the bigger point about this hearing, too. It's not just the focus of the fact, okay, they got biologics, non-human, engineering that needs to be done. The technologies and reverse technologies, the things that which you're talking about, again, the infiltration. I don't know, man. I call it infiltration. To me, I think that's the correct word.
Yes.
But So you see where I'm going? And then that was the issues also being questioned about. Steve, what is your thoughts on that? Not just obviously of their reality till there, but of the technologies that's being cleaned on. Are these going to be coming forth along with these disclosures before the meetup or after the meetup?
I think the technology issues are going to be after disclosure, and then there might be another set of technology issues after open contact. But let me expand a little bit on what Robert was saying to a larger context.
Okay.
The human that we are has been evolving for a couple million years. The Homo sapiens sapiens species in that 200, 250, 300,000 year range, meaning you could go back 300,000 years and mate with one of our ancestors, okay? And so the human that we are now is pretty much the same as one 200,000 years ago. We haven't evolved that much in the last 200,000 years, which means if you could go back in time, grab somebody from, say, 100,000 years ago, bring them forward, you could probably send them off to MIT and they could get a nice degree in physics. Okay. In other words, that's who we are. And that was the case all the way up through, and I'm going to use the demarcation around the year 1900. Now, what's happened since 1900 is this. The human that we are has not changed at all. But we launched a whole series of technological trend curves that just started turning upward and moving straight up, practically, literally changing the world at an incredible pace. And as it continued to change and more tech and more this and more that, the human that was having to deal with this was the same human that was basically, out running around in the woods collecting berries 100,000 years ago. And so guess what? We're simply not able to adapt fast enough to this. We are not evolved enough. We don't have enough brain. We don't have enough whatever to deal with these technological trends. So naturally, they are not going well at all. They are turning us into zombies. They are driving us crazy. They're putting us on drugs. We just are not evolved. Now, given enough time.
Whose plan is that, though, Stephen? That brings up the ultimate point. Who's planning? Who's the ones doing it? The infiltrators from above? Or those on Earth that want to do this to us? But if these guys were so benevolent, they would make sure if they could turn off nuclear weapons, hey, we're doing it to protect you. That shows that it's not just to protect us. But they would certainly stop what goes on here on Earth to us.
You're jumping my point here, Gary. Look, forget ETs. I'm saying that this technological trend, which was just a logical extension of science, right, which is relatively recent, those trends start taking off around 1900. One of those trends, of course, was the cracking of the atom, the development of atom physics and atomic bombs. But it's not all. The technological trends, the nature of science is that it tends to take off and become exponential. And the thing that we forget is that the child born into this world today with the cell phones and the AI and everything else you can imagine is basically the same physical being, the same as Homo sapiens sapien that turned up 50,000 years ago. And we simply cannot adapt to this. And so it is creating massive problems within human society. And I believe, and I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, nobody set out to do this. I mean, we were just doing science and inventing stuff and creating tech and having a great time. I'm not blaming, Stephen Jobs for the iPhone to come and curse us, right? I'm simply saying that is the nature of things. And I don't think it's unusual. I think it's happened before. And so the larger point I'm making is that I believe this ET intervention that we've been experiencing is more than just the nuclear weapons issue. They understand that we have reached a point where, boy, we are just over our heads, ahead of our skis, overwhelmed, and that an intervention, not like the ancient times where they come down like gods and do whatever the hell they, no, an intervention almost as equals is necessary to assist us in going forward and dealing with these technological trends and providing the things that we might need to address these issues. Otherwise, we're going to either blow ourselves up we're going to destroy ourselves with some genetic disease design thing, or we're going to turn ourselves into zombies. We're going to kill off the environment because we can't handle the technological developments there. And so, again, from that point of view, it is a benevolent, necessary intervention to our own good. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to fix everything overnight, and plenty of people are going to get cancer from cell phones. I'm sitting in an office right now. There's probably enough radiation around me to God knows do what. Hey, I'm 77. What the hell, right? But that is I'm addressing Robert's point. We are so unable to properly deal with the tech that we have that we are a danger to ourselves. And I'm hoping the ETs may have some answers there. One way to deal with it is to simply move to New Zealand, get yourself a nice yurt out there in the mountains, get away from everything, and just lead a calm, placid life. But nobody's going to do that. New Zealand's not going to let you in. I mean, and so it is what it is. And so I'm just, again, I don't have kids. It's one of the reasons I can do what I do. If I had a family, if I had children, grandchildren, no, I could not have done what I do. I don't have that. And so I don't have the problem that most people have of what kind of world is my 6-year-old or 8-year-old or 15-year-old going to be living in? Because if I had that problem, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
That's what brings these issues up to the forefront. That's why, I might sound like I'm joking, or I put my thoughts out there when I'm thinking of, because it's all of that. We're in an interesting time and to be alive. And for those who come after, and our lives aren't long, here's my concern. The guy who's going to come up and say hello, I want to know how old he is.
I'd like to say, after what Jacinda Ardern did to New Zealand, it'd be the last place on earth I would want to move. And
I'm talking about the rural parts, Robert, away from it all.
With the Maoris, yeah. But let me just say this, just being facetious. Australia, New Zealand, and Canada and England really messed themselves up. We are barely holding on to our culture by a thread. But this has to do with the alteration of the fundamental nature of human beings and the social fabric. The mRNA vaccine is changing our human nature. The mRNA vaccine is a bioweapon. It's a genetically engineered operating system. This is the phrase from Moderna and Pfizer. They said that the mRNA vaccine was an operating system, the same word that we use, software.
And remember the graveyards, Robert, sending up new signals?
Signals are still coming out from underground. And so all of this turns out to be true. We have gotten the patents, and the patents do show the nanotechnology. By the way, there's a new phrase on the inside for extraterrestrials. It's called SABER, synthetic astrobiological extraterrestrial races. SABER. That's the new acronym.
Okay.
But this thing is changing, trying to change our nature, and it's hell-bent on hitting everybody. Even people that did not take the vaccine have now been contaminated with the spike protein. The people who took the vaccine became factories for spike protein and graphene oxide. They're shedding it, breathing it. And we've been dusted with chemtrails and vapors, airborne vaccines that are in a vapor form.
Everything is deliberate, Robert, which brings me...
Just say this. Wait. I can't stay much longer. I got to prepare for some other things. But I want to say things. We have maniacs who have taken over control of the world, and they're acting as supranational, above the national level. They've taken over dictatorship. And one of the worst is Bill Gates. And Bill Gates has an insane plan that he's been doing for years. Who made him God? Who gave him the power, the authority to start to chemtrail the earth to block sunlight? Because he thinks that that's going to keep global warming from happening. That's insanity. What he is doing is creating a chemical shell around the earth that's going to bounce off the sunlight, but at the same time, it's locking in the heat. The heat that is generated on the planet rises naturally and has for thousands of years, millions of years, and it goes into outer space and it dissipates. That shell that he is putting around, pretending he's an Anunnaki, pretending that he's putting this fine gold shield to protect us from the sun, it's also locking in the heat. We got to stop that guy. Who gave him permission to put out, to release 175 million mosquitoes, genetically modified mosquitoes in Florida? I used to think that DeSantis was a good guy. I no longer support DeSantis. Why? Because he let Bill Gates release 175 million genetically modified mosquitoes that he said were going to sterilize the others. What he should have done was develop a mosquito that couldn't carry malaria. Now we have.
He's going to sterilize.
He says should start sterilizing himself. But you know what? Ironically, that's where he came from. His father and Margaret Sanger were two of the top eugenicists on this planet. So we got crazy people. We got to get rid of them. Klaus,
I think they're leading up to this meeting, again, a Stevens model, and my thoughts and concerns, and what you potentially see is the person or thing that comes up and introducing themselves to us, that all of this, for some reason, we are being depopulated, all this is happening. Why? That's all I'm asking. I'm asking basic, normal questions then, as great as all this would be. But yet, all this is going on of sciences that are advanced, that for all we know come from them, that's being guided by them. And what are they worried about on numbers for?
I'm saying that there is an alien agenda. The alien agenda wants to expand. We gave them settlement rights, gave them ranging rights. We traded human resources for technology. A certain group, we're not dealing with just evil aliens. We're dealing with evil humans who have sold their souls to the devil.
They seem to have already capitulated because their plans are being, look what's being done. The world's changing. But that's why there's time. And like the threads that Stephen was describing, that just happens with change. Histories, nations change. Things become known. The rags, it's from riches to rags. It's being torn apart. But now with this knowledge and with all this, we still have to be a thriving people. We still have to be a society. We have to overcome and adapt enemies, both foreign, domestic, and otherworldly, or other dimensionally. I don't give a rat's. We have, all I'm saying, and if things come in peace, I'm more open to saying, hey, brother, thank you. You know, I know why you don't want to send in those news out.
Be wary of aliens who come here to serve man. But let me say, the paradigm that I see being set up by the lockdown is to put us on reservations, to put us in electronic bubbles. Look at Europe. In England and in France, they've already instituted this idea of 15-minute cities. They're outlawing cars. You won't be able to drive outside your neighborhood. They want to concentrate the economy in a neighborhood where you won't have to travel more than 15 minutes to get anywhere. I think all of this is diabolical. It's anti-human. It's not natural. And we have to get back to natural communication, natural interaction, and natural social behavior. Let me say this. One of the great fears that the CIA had in the 1950s about contactees and abductees was that they were being programmed to be sleepers. And they were afraid that they were being mind controlled and put to sleep so they could be triggered at a certain point and just come out all at once triggered, and disrupt society by becoming subversives. I see that happening right now. I see that happening right now with all the varieties of human gender that they're trying to pawn off on us. The division of the races, black versus white, black versus yellow, yellow versus white. They're trying to split us all into chaotic subsections. And we have to overcome that. We have to realize that that is somebody else's.
It softens us up. It softens our civilization and our cultures and us up. Obviously, changes will have to be made, but we're being softened up, man. And
Homo sapien. They want to change Homo sapien and make us act and behave more insectoid. You know, one of the most terrible books that I think ever came out of Harvard University was The Ants by E.O. Wilson. If you read that book, it's just a dithyramb. That's a word of overdone rhetoric and speech praising somebody or something. He was worshiping the ants and talking about how efficient the ants are and how their technology, their abilities to organize themselves and social behavior to create the ant nest. And I realized this guy, E.O. Wilson, is a nut. And he is promoting an idea to change human nature to be more like insects, to reorganize society in a more simple way, where we should have the queen,
Always a
the
leader.
queen, the drones, and the workers. And here's the other thing about reverse engineering technology, alien technology, to produce the gadget, that we recovered at Roswell and Aztec. We realized that our industrial base was incapable of doing that. And in so doing, this is the real Trojan horse. The aliens knew that in order for us to reverse engineer the technology, we would have to re-engineer our whole scientific and industrial base to become more like theirs. And by becoming more like theirs, we're becoming more like them. Cold, heartless intelligences, no feelings. I'm not a great admirer of Mr. Spock, right? Except when he gets in a rut. That's when he becomes human. You know, every 7 years, Mr. Spock gets hot, needs to reproduce. That's the only time he's really human. He's the artificial intelligence inside a human body with cold logic and no emotions, except once in a while when his human nature erupts. I don't want to become like Mr. Spock. I used to think I did, but that's not human nature.
The irony, of course, is that Leonard Nimoy was an amazing man, a Renaissance man, extraordinary, multi-talented. He was everything but Spock. Gentlemen, I'm afraid that I have to depart. It's been a long night.
Yes, Stephen, you're here.
Very much. I know you're going to be on tonight, I believe, somewhere else. I didn't know that. I would ask you if you wanted to set up, but
I'll say I'll see you later, alligator. If there's internet in New Mexico, I'll see you later, alligator. But don't forget, there's going to be a moon landing tonight, and I think the countdown is now at about 9 hours from now, perhaps 8 hours from now. India is going to land on the moon, and they are going to broadcast it live.
I certainly hope that that's successful. I really hope that that craft lands.
Yeah, me too.
Give us the audio, video. But so Stephen, just leave on a note. You predict September, or if not, next year.
No, I'm predicting. I see the hearing in September. I don't think it'll take long. We'll see disclosure shortly thereafter those hearings begin. If the witnesses I know that are ready to testify, and then open contact. Year, 2 years after that. Let me close with this. ParadigmResearchGroup.org. Up in the left corner, you can subscribe to my email list. Please follow me on Twitter at Steve Bassett or search Paradigm Research Group. I'm going to be speaking at a major conference November 10-12 in Vegas at the Luxor Hotel called Stairway to the Stars. They've already booked 2,000 rooms. I'll be speaking at the World Ufology Conference in Mexico City. Oh boy, is that going to be big. December 1-3. Again, hang in there, buckle up. Things are about to get really interesting.
So if anything happens in September, were you willing to come back on the show in September?
You know me. Give me a mic and a camera, and I'm there.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks for all you do, brother.
All
Keep
right,
up the fight.
See you.
Good night, Robert.
Good night, Stephen. I'll see you later, alligator.
So that's cool. Yeah, man, we got to make our fate, and that's what, that's what he's here to do, too. We have to steer to the future. These implications that we're talking about here, Robert, these are the realities. It's never going to go back to normal. The communists and the communal Nazis that wanted to do what they wanted to do with us, depopulate us, I think maybe part of that alien infiltrated plan or not. I think there are optimistic views to have about it, but I'm just feeling, Robert, my bones, be wary. We're at war.
Yeah, trust but verify. No, I don't want my nature changed. I really don't want to go to Mars. I've seen the moon.
I go to Mars, but I might not want to.
I love this planet. I love the people on this planet. And, you know, my Tai Chi master, the Grandmaster Cheng Man-ching, was asked when he was, you know, in his 70s, and why do you study Tai Chi? He said, well, I'm just trying to become a human being. We haven't arrived there. We have not yet become fully human. We have not expanded. We have not developed our full potential. Our consciousness has been locked up in a very limited space and is being hijacked. That's the thing I've learned regarding the deep state.
That's a key word. And it's not hijacked or better.
They
It's not
hijacked your consciousness. When John F. Kennedy was killed, they hijacked human consciousness. One of the greatest contributions, if I say so myself, in this whole field was breaking the mind control apparatus of the deep state in imposing a mass hallucination on the world through the Zapruder film. The Zapruder film is a consciously engineered optical illusion. If one person watches it, it's an optical illusion. If 100 or more people watch it or 1 million people watch it, it's a mass hallucination. Everything in the Zapruder film is false. It's fake. They used Gestalt psychology, which just happens to be what was my favorite subject in college when I got my degree in psychology. I loved Gestalt psychology, Jungian psychology, and time and motion studies, human efficiency. I had to use all those things plus algebra to break down the Zapruder film. I'd like to recommend to everyone, there's a film that you all ought to see. It's called E.T.'s Among Us, Volume 7. You can see it for free on Tubi TV, TUBI.com. Look up E.T.'s Among Us, Part 7. The subtitle is UFOs, the CIA, and the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Indeed. And Robert, before you jet and everything, I appreciate your time. Tell us about a little bit about your new article there on this night, 1952, and that video. Why is that movie so important? UFOs, the true story of flying saucers in 1956. Whatever you can in a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I'm very proud of this article because most people, you know, this hearing was historic. You know, and when I heard July 26th, I said, my God, how historic can you get? Everybody missed this. Everybody missed this. July 26th was the 71st anniversary of the night of the flying saucers over Washington, D.C., when they parked themselves, literally, they parked 1,000 feet over the White House. And jets were scrambled all night to chase them away, and they played a cat and mouse game with the U.S. Air Force. And that's when they realized that it's a very serious situation. That gave birth to the Robertson panel. The CIA cooked up the Robertson panel to give counsel to the government on how to deal with it because they saw UFOs as a threat. The Robertson panel said, yes, it is a threat because there's so many apparitions, manifestations of UFOs that people are calling in the reports and they're locking up our communication system, and that the communication system during a real attack from the Russians could be compromised. So they recommended discrediting people, ridiculing people, coercing people to shut down the flow of information. That movie, UFO, this true story of flying saucers, was made in 1956 with the full-hearted cooperation of the United States government. And at that time, they were telling a lot of the truth. The interesting thing about it is the real people who lived those events are in it. You've heard about Project Blue Book. Well, Captain Edward Ruppelt is in that movie playing himself. Major Dewey Fournet, who was the liaison officer for the Air Force with Project Blue Book, he plays himself. In the background, during the telling of the Mantell incident, one of the officers sitting in the background is Major Donald Kehoe of NICAP. Captain Willis Sperry, National Airlines pilot, who was surrounded by UFOs he was flying across the South in a National Airlines flight. UFOs came, they paced him, then they started going around the airliner. And the two men who took the first films of UFOs in the 1950s also appear there. And at the end of the film, you can see some really pretty good grainy 16 millimeter color film of the first films of UFOs, and even there, you can see that the film was doctored. The Montana film was doctored. I saw that in 1956, and my eyes, as an 8-year-old boy, could say, "Hey, they did something funny to the film when they fly by the water tower." That's just to tease you. Check it out. And the guy who doctored that film, the man who doctored the Montana UFO film for the U.S. Air Force, was one of the men who was involved in the doctoring of the Zapruder film. His name was Dr. Luis Alvarez. Luis Alvarez, the man who discovered the iridium layer around the whole Earth and proved that an asteroid had hit in the Gulf of Mexico, the Chicxulub impact. That man was working for the CIA since 1952. He was a member of the Robertson panel. And he, along with another member of that panel, wrote to Dr. Robertson and asked him to keep their CIA association out of their biographies when they published the biographies of the members of the Robertson panel. So the CIA has been at the core of the cover-up since day one.
No, and I'm in the middle of a show. Robert Morningstar is on here. We just did a show with Mr. Bassett. We went over the hearing from the other day, the UFO hearing. I don't know if you had access to it or not. But you want to say anything to Robert? He was just about to cruise. We appreciate his time. And Stevens, say hello to everyone, Daryl.
Hey, Robert Morningstar, my brother.
Hey, where you been hiding?
Hey, I'm in the gulag here in D.C. The January 6th are here. I got my boy Peter here. Peter, say hi. Hello, everybody. And we're live from the gulag in Washington, D.C. I want to let y'all know that I love you. I'm coming back. And Gary, I want you and Robert Morningstar to know there's nothing better than a return of Odin to radio. And guess what? We're going to have more people coming to.
Hey, Odin, thank you. Thank you. I'm really happy to hear you. I've been worried about you since I heard about what happened. So I hope it's
He's trying to tell you he can't hear you. I forgot. I'm just playing you into the mic. Yeah, I'm stoned. But no, a really great conversation. He says it's great to hear you. So that's cool. Hold on a minute, Daryl. Robert, let Robert finish up. Don't hang up yet. All right.
Yeah, Daryl, I'm glad to hear your voice. I've been worried about you. You know, we really
worried about you. He's glad to hear your voice.
And so I really hope to see you soon. God bless you and your family, and I hope you're as well. We'll catch up soon, all right? If you can use the phone, you can give me a call. Gary will give you my number privately.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You should have gotten out of this.
Bye. I have to say goodbye right now, too, okay?
All right, Robert, thanks for the chime in, and interesting times, my friend. I'll tune in tonight. But, you know, hopefully I'm not the only one that's thinking like this. I'm being wary, Robert. And I think it's only human. Good night, my
That's right, okay. Yeah, stay human.
There goes
All right.
Robert Morningstar, everybody.
Bye.
Later on, love you, brother. All right, cool. So there goes Robert Morningstar. You know, I had fun. You know, it was good to be back in this seat again. Mr. Bassett, obviously, he was in the room. Okay, I wish cameras would move on the people and those who are behind these efforts. Maybe next time that could happen. Maybe next time. Why am I talking into the fucking phone? I know you're on hold. Hold on, Daryl. But it's very interesting where this is all going. Because, again, the Martian revelation is ahead of us. And my footsteps are not my own. I'm here for a purpose. And I'm its acolyte, the Mars Revealer. That's what I was titled. Crazy! But like it or not, this is the reality upon us. You know, the stigmas are all gone. And they're the ones that created the stigma. We're being programmed. We're at war. We're being steered. Is it by this otherworldly intelligence? All I'm saying is be wary. It's great for the disclosures. It's great for the possibilities. But remember, they're able to shut off the nuclear weapons. That is more powerful of a message than anything else, let alone their air superiority. So, everyone, let me... So thank you very much, Stephen and Robert. Now let me get Daryl. How you doing, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. But I got a brother with me here, Mr. Peter here. Big brother Peter, introduce yourself.
My name is Peter Sager. He made 376-784. I'm from Central Arkansas. I appreciate having the opportunity to at least say hi and introduce myself. Thank you guys for all the prayers and the love that you show anyone who was involved and wrapped up in the unfortunate events of January 6th that we did not ask for, and certainly didn't deserve the brutality and the violation of our civil rights and our basic human dignities. And to pray for the lost souls of the poor, unfortunate individuals, Roseanne Bowling, Kevin Greason, Ben Phillips.
What's your name again? What's your name again? What's your name again?
Peter Stager, Stager.
There you go, brother.
Yes, sir. And again, keep sending your prayers and do not lose faith. The truth will be out soon. And do not fall for the lying narrative that these talking heads on television and the government has put out. It is not true. A lot of good men and a lot of good women, got wrapped up into some nonsense that we never bargained for, but we sure as heck are paying the price and willing to do it.
That's right.
God bless you all. God bless America.
You too, brother.
Hey, that was my boy Peter. That's my brother Peter too, man. He's going to be a host on the network when he gets out, and we're going to be partying hard. We even got this Mel Powley coming. She's going to be coming hard too. We got some good people lining up on the return of the Global Electric Radio Network. We got everybody returning. We got the power coming up, and last but not least, we're going to unveil and disclose frauds out there in this world. I'm calling out frauds like I used to, and I'm going to do it again. Rob Yachts. I'm kidding you. Rob Yachts, you're a liar, you're a fraud, and last but not least, Rob Yachts, you are a convict from New York, and you're going to what? Hold on, let me say the word. You're going to snitch me out as a convict? I'm calling you out, Rob Yachts. I'm calling you out, Rob, and I want everybody out there to know Rob Yachts is right there beside the ex-wife, Katie Camara. I'm calling it out. Snitches. They sent a letter in to the FBI on January 3rd. There's a third person whose name I don't remember about me at January 6th. January 13th was the date they received the letter. I'm calling them out. Frauds, snitches, and that's a convict, a man that's been to prison, and you doing that, you're a fraud. They're going to get you. They're going to know who you are, Rob Yachts. When I'm done with you, you can't even go to a jail cell.
Snitches get stitches, bitches. That's how that
That's right. And as for that idiot guy, Jaffe Ryder. Jaffe, I'm with the January 6th. You're Canadian. And let me tell you something.
And
you
he's
ain't
in
nothing but
Korea.
a bitch.
And he's in Korea. Like,
no,
what the fuck?
he's in Korea. You're not even an American. You haven't shed no blood. You haven't fought for nothing. You are nobody in my book. You're nobody. And I don't think anybody out there need to be listening to you. So guess what? People, let them know. Odin is returning back to radio. As soon as he get out of this damn cell, the gulag's going to bust open, and I'm going to party with y'all. We are going to have fun as a family one more time.
Indeed. And we're going to bring in the Martian Revelation on top of it. Wakey, wakey.
Oh, yes. Yes, Martian Revelation. The man Martian is going to come through, and he's going to zap you all with a little bit of truth serum.
Ack, motherfuckers. So, yeah. So, what's up, man? When do you get? Is it September? What? Around my birthday or what?
I am out September 5th. And I'm going to let you know that I'm coming to represent America once again.
Well,
the radio network
we have
should be
to,
back
or
together
what?
by... hey, we are Americans. I'm sorry, Jaffe, fake writer. You going to talk shit about me? You know I'm going to come get you. See, I have to tell you something, Jaffe.
You're on a recorded line. Remember that. You're on a recorded line.
Listen, Jaffe, you better ride something. It is not what I want to tell you to ride. Ride that nuclear missile because it's going up here. You know what? That's right.
Without any astro lube. Without any astro lube. So.
He's good.
Hey, you know what Steven said? He wouldn't be surprised if the next hearing will be on September 10th. I said, my birthday. Wouldn't that be a birthday? And we'll do a live show that fucking day.
Well, you know, I might just come out to you in Colorado, brother, because guess what? I need to be in the mountains. I need the fresh air, and guess what?
I ain't in those
coming out
mountains.
there for your birthday.
I ain't in those mountains. I'm no fucking Billy Goat. You know, I'm no Billy Goat. I'm out here on the plains.
We're going to go on top of a big hill and broadcast live, and maybe we can find that UFO, and they're going to beam us up.
Yeah,
because the rest of the people down there are frauds.
You
like
can see them
Jackie
up in the
Ryder,
skies.
Rob Yacht.
Yeah, and you can see UFOs up in the skies here, bro. Yeah, believe me, I see them any given night.
Did they talk about the alien? They said they found, the DOD said they had an alien body?
No, they didn't bring that up at the hearing, but Grush was asked, you know, the monkey in the middle, the main guy, he was asked basically about non-human biologics. So yeah, alien body. Yeah, he could, but in a closed setting, you know how it is. But things are being mentioned, things are being brought about. These are truthful answers under oath. Yes, there is, but closed settings. Stephen Bassett did a good layout of the process of that, and he's very optimistic, and you know that gives me hope. It's just that wariness. It's beyond that. And he believes a potential model like I do. But I'm just feeling in my gut that this is all leading up to, well, obviously, you know, contact, right up close, personal contact. You know, bringing this guy up to the microphone to the world, getting us to that point so where that can happen. But yet, in the meantime, where like Davos, where Gore said, yeah, we're all here based on an extraterrestrial idea to save the planet. What, doing this shit that Robert Morningstar says Gates is trying to do to the atmosphere, and that'll knock out the ultraviolet, basically destroy all carbon-based life forms, us, life, photosynthesis, and that saves the planet. Oh, so therefore Gore, the one that gave them that extraterrestrial idea of how to save the planet, is sitting in that audience.
Well, I got something to tell you, Gary. You remember when our president Donald Trump said he set up the Space Force so that we can defend against those little green men coming from deep space?
The threat's coming from deep space, and he wasn't alluding to asteroids. Right.
No,
So, it's all here, but they're already here, and that's also Stephen's point, and where the testimonies were all leading to. One way or another, they're here, they're in connection, and whether it's reverse engineered or even guided help or whatnot, we're all being led. That's all I'm saying. And like I ended the show with Robert, I said, I'm only human. That's all I'm saying. I'm only human. And the blood of the patriots are upon all our heads. And I'm the son of Mars on top of it. Talk about a double whoop-de-doo for life. But that's okay. I'm who I am. And I just got to believe that I fight on the side of good. Change is inevitable. You know what we've discussed on the show before here. Listeners can appreciate. So there's going to be many interesting times. So you're going to be getting out at a crucial time when, who knows, maybe the next couple of days after you get out, if Mr. Bass is correct, and it is coming. So whether he got, the timeline wrong, he's not far off. It's coming. So these other hearings and... Go ahead.
But you got to remember something, Gary. You remember we had Bassett on years ago, like 2 years ago, and he talked about it was coming. Then you got Richard Greer, I'm about to say something else, having his little UFO disclosure group over here in D.C., which didn't do much of nothing. But the bottom line is, my man Bassett, I love Steve Bassett. That's my man. I've known him since high school. I know where that's my plan. Bassett has always told the truth. He didn't candy coat nothing. He doesn't shine it up. He's just like my man Jordan Maxwell.
Right.
He don't shine nothing up. And you remember when we had Jordan talked about UFOs, and y'all need to go back and listen to the greatest hits of Gary the Mad Martian. And that's what the public really needs to do.
We got most of them. A lot of them, some of them were canceled out when CommuTube decided to make their move on me and take us down. But we're coming back. We're coming back. I'm gonna be uploading videos of archives that we do have, and it's only gonna grow and get better.
1 minute remaining.
All right, you got 1 minute. What final word?
My final word is to the person that went to prison in New York. You should have spoke the truth instead of lying on me. I'm coming. To the person in Alaska, you know I'm coming. To the one from Canada who wanted to start some mess trying to build his name up because he ain't got no listeners, you know I'm coming. To my man, Angel Speedo, the Jackal, we are going to have to reunite. The Immortals must come back together, and we may have to do a good show with my man, the Mad Martian, and we might have to bring Penny Bradley on to have some more fun. We're going to bring the family back together. We're going to have a memorial show, and we're going to party, and we're going to let everybody know we are USA, and we are patriots, and I love you all. Good night, everybody. From me.
All right, give me a call. Give me a call.
Thank you for using.
All right, so wow, that was a surprise. Why not? He's been wanting to do that. At least that guy was able to get on, give a shout out. Hopefully his family and friends and loved ones will appreciate that. There's a lot of potentials, but there's a lot where this show needs to go. And I'm just, I'm wary of this. I'm glad Stephen does see, is thinking ahead model too, because that ain't only me. I'm not the politically minded knowledge brain like he has, but I'm human, and I'm sensing things, especially when it's involved in my life, literally, not just figuratively. And I wasn't just meant to learn that we would, they would we could do nothing against them. All right, they're able to take your soul when you have experiences, okay? But yet you're back in your bed, and what an experiences they'll give you. And then when you have to put 2 and 2 together when they want you to figure it out. Shut up, animal. Yeah. I don't know. So we're going to start doing the show again. I got to get a lot of archives up, some work that needs to be done. I'm going over some important shit going on in my life, and all these changes that need to be made. But I didn't know you were God, brother. But very nice to know, So all I know is that I was glad to come on because there's so much I got to get out of me. So much I got to get out of my system. You know what I'm saying? And the more I got to do that, we got to break out of something else's system. Who's this one coming upon the world for that moment? That's already in the world. Crazy I sound. Do I? I don't know. Like I said, I just got to get it out of my system. Till next show, everyone, hopefully, and you'll tune in, hopefully support through donations. I really don't want to make a pay-created thing for special clubs, special subscriptions, though I and co-producers and I help could use the funds to help make things better, to be brought to you in better ways and more consistent ways. That takes financial means. Donations, again, MarsRevealer@gmail.com, or you can hit the big red, white, and blue American donate button near the top of the www.thefacesofmars.com, and anything that you can help provide, especially as the shows continue. It's greatly needed and appreciated. And it's my time. My time's coming. I feel it. But it's not just my time. It's the time for what I'm here for. And that still needs to be fulfilled and come into total fruition of what all that is. I don't know. I'm crazy, but I just got to get it out of my system. Till next time soon.
Slowly, I never want to go slowly. I only want to go faster towards disaster every time. With me, I know system. Gotta get it off of my chest. I've lived a lot of my life already, but I gotta get through the rest. Demons, I'm taking all of my demons, putting them where I would see them, 'cause I just wanna feel alive. I'm only half of what I think I can be. Gotta get it out of my system. Gotta get it off of my chest. I've lived a lot of my life already, but I gotta get through the rest. Gotta get it